everybody, welcome back to Wampoville. We're going to do the first of our cyber version of our Celtic goddesses. I don't have the figure of this anymore. That's printing out right now because well, that one sold at Adepticon, so we'll be painting the regular version of Bridget once again. I see there's a little support down in here. I'm going to grab me some kind of a utensil here to get rid of that. It just kind of got stuck in the primer here. Let me get you out of there, because that's just going to be a bit of a painful thing. There we go. Just got rid of that. Okay. Maybe one other little piece. There we go. Hey there, Armored Wolf. Hey there, Landrast. So instead of just wheat fronds here, we've got ourselves all kinds of, look at this, all kinds of fiber optic cables, lots of computery type stuff, because that's a very scientific term, right? Switchblade, how you doing? Hopefully everybody is having themselves a good, solid Monday, and it's not an Armada Monday either. Hopefully everybody had themselves a good Easter. I see there's another little, so that just got, again, that got hung up in the primer. Now it's gone. Oh, I don't know if you saw this, Landras, but this video just went right across the Patreons there. And this was using those new paints that Armored Wolf gave to me, and I'll tell you, that's very different using these, because these, again, this was non-alkyds except for the white. Everything here was genuine regular oil paints. And there was not the usual colors, let's put it this way. That's why it's kind of got a bit of a porcelain look to it there. That was the new, and look at this, cerulean blue even back on the menu. Yeah, haven't seen that in a long time. Well, say hello to everybody at the Game Castle. I'm sure Mario is there and all the good stuff. So say hi to everybody for me. Hopefully everybody there also had themselves a real good Easter. Maybe had a chance to play some games. This was our latest figure here. This is Mordred, big old dude. I actually have the figure version of Galahad printed out with those new supports. So that is from just the other day. Yeah, all nice and dry. Well, let's just see even the orange part. So that's even with the pure orange down there. Well, hello to everybody. And of course, Switchblade, I hope that you're doing well. I hope that you're doing real well. Now, we're just going to start doing some dry brushy stuff. We'll do some glazy stuff because, well, glazy stuff. I was just using this to get some of the black down here. So we're just going to take this, do whatever's, nothing super complicated here. Where's that? There's the Van Dyke Brown. Glad that you're doing well there. I mean, there's not a whole bunch that we're going to do with the lighter dry brushy stuff, keeping it super simple. We'll do a bunch of glazy stuff now. I mean, literally, that might be just about the extent of it. There's not a whole bunch to do. Not a bunch. So Armored Wolf, I've actually I've been printing so much with that new resin that there's not much left of that. That was like I don't know if it was a 2 liter jug, maybe it was a 1.5 liter jug or something like that. A big portion of that's almost gone. I'm telling you, crazy times. It's gonna be interesting having all kinds of different colors of tubes and stuff there. We're gonna go with the kind of the gold on there. We got references down in the corners there for folks to see. Just for funsies, let me try to get a little bit of this going here. That's got a little bit of the, yeah, let's do this. Let's at least do that. You know what? On the face too, just to, so I can see what's going on here. Get some of that on the frondies there. We'll do a little bit of the orange stuff on the little offering cup there. Not a bunch. Won't go too crazy with that. Yeah, let me get this. And not a whole bunch of stuff going on with this. A little more here, and then that's about it. And it's gonna be time to start doing. Yeah, let me get a little bit of the orange over here though. Let's do that first. Just a smidge of it. Doesn't have to be much. And that using the pure orange, it's kind of weird to be able to think like, oh yeah, I can use me some non-alkyds here for a change. So nothing super special here. Just gonna drop a little bit of something, something here. A little something there. More just a reminder of anything else. Okay, that might just be about it. Everything else will be kind of a later glazy thing down in there, right, Camden? How you doing? Ah, geez, Artemichael, I keep forgetting about that. Didn't you mention that a couple streams ago? Yeah, sorry about that, Artemichael. I gotta look into that. I'm sure they ain't going to be cheap, right, Artemichael? They'll probably be, well, at least Marion Street pricing level. Yeah, see, Camden's got the pricing down. Camden knows all about the pricing. He's got that down packed. I shall take this brush here. And again, now Camden, I don't know if you saw this vid, but I just put this on the Patreons right there. So this is the non-cyber version of Lady of Shalott, and we were using some very different colors and non-alkyds except for the white. Now that's going to be interesting to see what kind of effect that has. In the video I kind of postulated that maybe it cuts down 45-50%. Actually, Artemichael. Now, that is that the 28 mil tubes? Not 28, the 21 or what the heck were those? I think I got me one of them. Ah, here it is. I don't think it ever said what the. I think these are 18s or something. Are they this size here, Artemichael? Well, Artemichael, I guess we got to jump on that. Yeah, we're gonna have to jump on that then. So Artemichael has informed us that might want to jump on a little bit of a sale Dick Blick has got going on there. Definitely would want to do that myself. That's for sure. No doubt about that. It's got to be the small ones then. If it's because I think that's about what I got the modern colors for back in the day, right, Landrest? There was the modern. What was? I don't remember what some of the other sets were. Thanks, Switchblade. I would not mind partaking of a little bit of medicine. Thank you so much, Switchblade. Appreciate that.
So say we all.
So Switchblade, of course, like always. And if you want to share some stuff in the chat, you know the deal. Please go ahead and do that.
So say we all.
And of course, well, let's not forget our animation there. Yeah, there we go. So say we all. Thank you so much, Switchblade. Appreciate that. Yeah, and again, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. We got to figure out exactly which of these things we want to have be this kind of glow here. And this, it looks very light. This is still just a light mid-tone, believe it or not. This right here, yeah, this is essentially just a light mid-tone. That is not actually anywhere near white. It's maybe it might even be a value 3. I don't even know if that's a 2. Yeah, that might only be a value 3 right now. As late as it looks, not that late. Well, Erda Michael, again, I know now the playoffs and stuff, right? That still is. So I know you were trying to get one more game in. I think. So again, sorry if I'm forgetting there. The twists and turns of that league have been hard to keep up with. So thanks again, Switchblade. Appreciate that. There was another set of these somewhere. Well, of course, all of these, right? A bunch of these here. Down there. And And try and feed me. There we go. A little bit more on that. And then these. Oh yeah, here. Let me get a little bit of glow on this one. Yeah, like so. Well, Arthur Michael. I mean, given everything that was going on, right? There was just a little bit of a fracas going on. I can do that here too. Let me hit this. Let me hit this right here. I gotta keep remembering to put the thinner on the manganese blue there. It was kind of weird, Camden, not having to put a bunch of thinner on stuff, right? Because, well, not alkyds. Yeah. Yeah, not alkyds. Big difference. All right, well, we're getting this underway here. I mean, wow, look at that. That is just a value 3, no doubt about it. I'm looking at this here. Oh yeah, that's just a value 3. Just a 3. Yeah, we got wheaty fronds, and now we've got the fiber optics over here. Looks like, huh? Okay, fine. Couple more of those. I thought I had them all. There's like a couple more over here. We'll just kind of snip these babies away. I mean, not like it's a big deal. Do you have any decent inducements there, Arda Michael? Ah, look at me. I actually remembered. Yeah, for the first time in all the streams asking you about your Blood Bowl games, I finally remembered the word inducements. Yeah, better late than never. Usually very late. Nice to see you there, Revless. I hope that the weekend was fun for you. Maybe you got a chance to work on some of those kits. Hopefully no mischief with decals or airbrushes or anything like that. Of course, Camden, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Sorry if I didn't ask. Arda Michael, same deal. I'm not sure if you had a chance to share some of your stuffs in the chat. All right, so I think we got that going. This stuff over here, I might just leave. Let me play with some of that over here. Fine. There you go. And another couple over. Oh, yeah, some over here too. Just doing some of my fiber optics here. Okay. Yeah, those decals. Always mischief with those, right? Revless, it kind of never ends. Ah, here's one of these. I'm just getting me another paper towel thing over there. Is that one of those things, Arda Michael, where well, I know the undead team, or whatever it was, he was able to keep his roster unnaturally cheap, if that's, does that make any sense, Arda Michael? Because as a goblin team, I remember giving up inducements to him. Ooh, you know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it because I can. See this here? This is what I wish I could have used on that bus that I've been showing. Yeah, the Pearling Crimson. Let's get some of this bad boy stuff out here. Now, Rivers, I don't know. Have you ever used those? What the printable decal sheets? I still have no idea how in the world those work. I don't know, Landris. Have you ever used those things, Canda? I just something to me says, I'm not so sure about that. It seems sus to me at best.
So say we all.
We got ourselves a Rottweiler in the house. Everybody, please give Rottweiler 1616 a follow. Well, Rott, why don't you post some stuffs there? Now, Rottweiler, do you have a bunch of your Adepticon stuff posted on Instagram or Discord? Either way. So, Rottweiler, I'll try to, speaking of Discord, I'll try and check that thing out tomorrow. So hopefully you're doing well there, Rottweiler. And of course, no no after effects of of Adepticon there. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's a. I can certainly see that happening, Revlis. Unfortunately, yep, I can see that happening. So it's yeah. Just I'll definitely look at those. Again, you want to post some stuff in the chat? Please go ahead. Now we're rolling with look at this S Fulton and Pearling Crimson because again I did not have that available to me on this one. I was really the hair. All I had for the hair was Mars Red and what was the well Mars Yellow Deep and then the it was Cobalt Violet Deep. Yeah. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Rottweiler just shared. Now Rottweiler, if you had chance to do some streams and such since you got back, I'm thinking that you probably haven't had time to do that. Just so much going on, trying to recover from Adepticon, all that good stuff. Nice to see you there, Valfira. So, Valfira, I got some more pictures that I'll send you. Some more concepts and stuff. Yeah, I'll send you those. Hopefully the ankle was doing better there, Valfira. I I know the last stream it was not super happy. Yeah, that was not a happy ankle there. Well, it's kind of funny. So, Rottweiler, when I saw the message at first, I just thought you were going to say the entire state of Michigan is reveling in a little bit of Final Four goodness. Yeah, I was well, maybe not some Michiganders though. Yeah, not every single Michigander is happy that Michigan won that natty. Revelous, I always what was it? Was it the pink stug? Right? Wasn't there a pink stug in that Revelous? Again, I've only ever seen maybe 10 minutes of it. That was at a convention years ago. Kathy, we happened to walk into it was one of the room party things at Convergence, and they happened to have that on their TV, and I'd never seen it. I'm like, what in the world is this? That's what I was thinking. Sparty wouldn't be too happy with that, right, Rottweiler? Yeah, something told me that Sparty would not be participating in the revelation in the reveling there. Okay, I'm gonna try to get a little bit of that under here. So again, there's our hair. Here we go. Here's me ombre. Where'd my thinner go? Why'd you disappear? Whoops. That's where you're supposed to go. And Rottweiler, again, I know that it was a little crazy there in the class, but I was hoping that you felt like you. And again, it's going to take sometimes takes a wee bit of practice there too. Whoops, wrong. That's what we wanted. That is what I wanted. There we go. It's like, wait a minute, that's a bit too much towards the yellow. We don't need that much yellow. Well, you can't let you have anything. You can't have nice things, right? Right, Rottweiler? Yes, you can't have nice things. So I think that's going to have to be the rule. I think that's how every class is going to have to be. And of course, Rottweiler, just all kidding aside, thanks for taking the class there. Uh, that will definitely be the format moving forwards, where it's just I just kind of throw a little bit of paint out there super quick, and then we kind of break it down into those individual sessions. So think about it this way, Rottweiler. It's kind of like it's like the coach. You know, first he's with the offensive line, then he's with the defensive backs, then he's with the special teams. and he just kind of bounces around from one squad to the next, right? I think that's how it'll just have to be for the. Yeah, let me get a little bit more of the violence. That's how it's going to have to be for the classes. We're going to have those individual breakout sessions there. Oh my god. Do I have. Oh. Oh, for a second. Oh, I can't reach it, unfortunately. Oh, man. I saw this in the dark, and I was, oh, that was my BT 7. No, that is, I think that's down in the case, unfortunately. Yeah, don't have that up here. And of course, Armored Wolf has it right. There are no nice things in Wampleville. Right, Armored Wolf? Right, Armored Wolf? We cannot have nice things. So I'm able to do this because, again, we don't really have much besides just a little bit of light dry brush there. So not a whole bunch of smearing going on. So yeah, Rot, again, the oil wash stuff, it's you kind of have to forget everything from acrylics. And unfortunately, that's the one other big key with the oil paints, right, Valfera? Yeah, again, Valfera, I got some fun things to show you. Just some concepts, nothing that's gonna be actually happening. Yeah, that's well, like just I do remember Anne. She was just on that council thing, and she said food safe does not mean you know tasty. Food safe does not mean food product or some not there was oh yeah non-toxic does not mean foods there you should be munching on the stuff. I forget what it was that she actually said, but it was definitely oh that's regular old Mars red there. Yeah, that's the real deal. That's not Artera Rosa uh, Alkyd style. That's the real deal. That Mars red right there. Well, here's hoping you can find all the stuff that you need there, Revlis. Now there's not a whole bunch of skin tone here. There's very very little. There's none on this. That's all very a lot of cyber stuff. Lots of cyber stuff on our cyber Bridget here. Yeah, it's kind of the nature of things, Ron. I try to tell folks, there were some folks they came to, I guess they wanted to see me or something like that, and I said, look, this day is all about that was the day of the class, so that pretty much wipes out what would you say a good 6 hours between the 5 hours of the class because there's the setup and the takedown, so that's basically 5 hours right there. Now, oh, look at that. Now, this is not the Indian yellow, shall we say, of Williamsburg fame, but we're going to be getting to that. We are going to be getting to the Williamsburg fabulous Indian yellow. So here's hoping that that kind of starts to do a little bit better for you there, Velfra. I know that is very much a not fun thing. And again, Camden, I think you probably already had a chance to share some stuff. And of course, Arda Michael, hopefully you shared your stuff. Look, I think we got ourselves another one of them sneaky cheeky supports. Nope, not a support. Nope, I thought it might have been, but not a support. Just gonna start putting some of this over here as well. Like up in there, because we want that gold on our connection points. Yeah, we'll throw some of that over here. Now the regular old weedy fronds. Get me some of the, that's some of the, well, it's been a while since I used asphaltum. Man, it's the last time I had a chance to use that. It's been a while. Let's see, Rottweiler, that there was one, oh gosh, what was the, which was it? I think it was, oh, it was 2013. It was 2013. That was the, Dark Eldar. No, it was the same. No, it was the same thing with the Sisters of Battle too. Dice, check-in was 7 o'clock, and there was something like that, and 6:30 I was still painting. Now, of course, that was the old Adepticon hotel where I could hightail it downstairs real quick. Like you're not doing that. That's the other thing, right, Rottweiler? Now, this facility, you don't just pop over somewhere. It's a bit of a journey. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Arda Michael posted. Yeah, getting around Adepticon is pretty much like trying to take the ring to Mordor. Actually, I think taking the ring to Mordor is quicker than getting places at Adepticon. There's certainly less stuff in your way. There was only 10,000 Uruk-hai at Helm's Deep. There was certainly more than that at Adepticon. Let me do this. Actually, Landress, were you going to be playing any more games of Blood Bowl anytime soon at the game castle there? You know what? I'm going to throw me some of that right down there. Okay. Where's there? There it is. Here's the Ishfulchum. Some of this here umber. Some Sinner. Yeah, Rottweiler, it's just, if you didn't do it, you would have regretted it, right? If you'd only just kind of, you said, well, if I had done a, there you go, Camden, if we had applied ourselves a little more. Yeah. If we had only applied ourselves just a little more. I'm going to just throw some of this in here now. Some of the Asphaltum there. Yeah, Rottweiler, I mean, all of the stuff that I was doing in advance of Adepticon, that was, it got a little spicy trying to get ready for Adepticon, but if I hadn't done that, yeah, it was definitely worth it. There, you know what? I'm gonna grab me a little bit of the Pansy Gray now. We're just going to chuck some of that over here. A little more of that Pansy Gray.
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my ganja.
Also welcome in our newest little hobbit. Thank you so much, Ash. Appreciate that. So when you gonna do one of these with Galadriel? It's like, don't give him any ideas. He's just making everything cyber. Maybe he makes you cyber. Actually, I thought he was gonna. Wait a minute. You're doing that on yourself for your stream anniversary. And that's coming up April 13th. Yeah, I think they know that already. Let's see what happens here for Ash. We haven't had a big Gandalf 6 in a long time. Well, we got a third of a 6. We have 1/3 of a 6 for Ash. Thank you so much, Ash. Appreciate that. Well, either that, Rottweiler, it would have looked like you were, getting ready for a fashion show or something like that. One way or the other. So yes, remember we have to do a cyber version of Wapelius Spellbrush for the stream anniversary. Again, that is coming up. I believe April 13th. That's at least that's when I think it is. I never know. Because every time I think that's the date, Twitch turns around and says, "Oh, hey, look, it's your stream anniversary." I'm like, I don't think that's the date. So now we've got a little bit of this here, and again, where the regular? There she is. So I am reprinting out the regular figure so that we'll have her side by side. But that's basically the non-cyber Bridget. And of course, here is Mordred from our last stream. So Cyber Mordred, there he is, big old cloak. So yeah, Armored Wolf, I'm really convinced that all of this stuff here would have snapped off. I didn't get a chance to use that resin on Cyber Galahad only because, well, I'm starting to run a little bit low on that. I've been doing so many different things with it. I just wanted to assess, how much of that did I actually still have and such. So yeah, Rottweiler, you would have come down there looking like you were all set for a fashion show or something like that. You would have been the most fabulous orcs there, most fabulous marines there. Alright, let me do this. Going to get some of our gold stuff here. Just using a regular old craft brush here. Again, this is all oil paints. All oil paints. And again, this is our latest video. We just did this for the Patreon page. And again, this is mostly Alkids here. No Alkids here except for the white. That's it. And I gotta tell you, Armored Wolf, this and it's a crazy name. I couldn't really remember how in the world you said it here, but this is almost like that. I could swear there's some zinc white in here. Gosh, what was that stuff? It was not rose madder. Maybe it was rose madder or something like that. But it was not strong at all. Oh, do I have the? Yeah. You can there it is. It's the Kokoska rose, and that was very much not a strong color at all. Now look at this, and this is the green earth, the Terror Verte. Getting me some of my let's get a little more thinner in that. There we are. We just need that to float. We're gonna just get a few like different colors of cables in here and such. It's almost like painting 40K cables here, Rottweiler. Yeah, like back in the day. Painting them all different colors and such. Armored Wolf, if you want to share the dice bags, the Instagram dice bag link there, why don't you go ahead and do that too? Some fabulous dice bags. Oh, geez, Armored Wolf, did I ever get you? Oh my gosh. I don't think I ever got you the actual graphics of the Ski Venus bag. Holy smokes. So I'll try and do that, well, after the stream or tomorrow or something, Armored Wolf. I thought for sure I'd given that to you. And there might still be some weedy type things in there too. What are we, like 34 minutes in? Yeah, 34 minutes. That's all. That's all we've been doing here. And again, we'll kind of zoom in, zoom out, just when need be. Go get. Actually, I might have to go in and just kind of stir up, so to speak, that manganese blue here. Let me. Well, not right now. Let me get this last little bit of stuffs down here. Then we can do that. Kind of alternating between the Payne's Gray, some of the black there. Great to see you there, Sea Dragon. I hope that Easter was fabulous, of course. Here's hoping that your Sunday was great, lots of fun, or just very relaxing. Either way. All right, fine. Now I'm gonna. Yeah, okay, good. That thinner that I put there was doing the trick. It was breaking that down. We're gonna break it down some more though. And then we're going to do this right here. So great to see you there, Sea Dragon. There we go. Very excited to get to this one. I've been wanting to paint this for a while, right, Sea Dragon? I mean, like a long time. It is hilarious that I have to now go back and I gotta do the non-cyber version again. She's probably just if the print is not finished, it's got to be just finishing up now. I would think that maybe the Thursday. Where'd that go? This would be our Thursday stream here, right? Our Cyber Excalibur there. We'll paint that up on Thursday. And then I was thinking maybe the Cyber Galahad on Friday, and then perhaps the new Green Knight with his axe, and that might be the Saturday. Again, it will depends how crazy things might be looking for the weekend. That's kind of the thought process there. Let me do this. Get some of that in here. So again, just taking this manganese blue, which in many ways works a little bit like the Indian yellow. We're just kind of doing some. You know what? Fine, we're gonna hit that too. That'll all just be the manganese blue. We'll have to obviously get a little bit more of our lighter cyan in there too, but I think you can see what directions we're going. I was just talking to one of my old academy buddies there, Camda, because he's not on Twitch. He doesn't see the streams, and apparently he's never really asked it how long these things take. So he was very shocked when I told him. Yeah, old academy buddy going all the way back, well, long, long ways there. Now, Sea Dragon, hopefully you've had a chance to paint some things too. Since Adepticon. Wow, there's a little bit more of the fiber optics here than I thought there was. Okay, yeah, there we go. There we go now. Oh, I'm gonna put some of that down here. I'm gonna have to get some more of the manganese blue out here, I guess. Get some of you down here. There's another support that just kind of laying in there. Well, that's good, Sea Dragon. That's good. And again, I'm glad that you were able to get in the class that you wanted to and such. Yeah, well, you're definitely going to have to put some more of our manganese blue out here. And of course, Ash, I hope that you are doing very well. This is, we have some non-cyber. Remember, we've got Arianrod here. We also have the bust version of Arianrod. We also have the flat version. So where's, there it is. There's all three versions of Arianrod there. We're doing that with all of our stuff. We're doing that with all of our when of course there's the bas relief of our Cyberthurians too. We haven't forgotten those. I got some of those that I have to print out as well. And of course we haven't forgotten over here. There's Branwyn, so we'll be painting this up on stream. Either that or it's going to be a tutorial in translucent green cloth. It could be either way. Have we? Nope. There's still a little bit here to do glazy wise. I'm going to use this instead. I'm going to grab you. We got that Payne's Gray still sitting here. That's going to go in there. That's going to go here. Come on. Get in there. We'll go here. Also here. Come on. And then, you know what? I liked what I saw with this. I'm actually going to do that. Crazy as it is, I'm going to do that too. It's in my reference image. Well, that's good, Sea Dragon. I'm glad that, and sometimes just kind of getting started right. It's half the battle. Just kind of getting things going. Sometimes it's most of it. Nope, not the. That's step away from the red there. So that's got a little bit of violet in there. We're going to just try and get some shadow type things here in some of these folds. And we're going to get much lighter in the folds too. You can see I'm kind of waiting for the hair to be a little less shiny there. I think I can start fooling around with some stuffs on the face here. Oh, I just realized I don't have the Naples yellow out here. I don't care. I'll just use what I got. Yeah, you can see just how broken up I am over that. Huge tragedy. Wow, it's such a big difference. So Rottweiler, you know how I was saying in the class, the alkyds, they work very differently from regular oils. Yeah, just having used regular oil paints a matter of hours ago. Yeah, this is gonna be the first day where in a while where I filmed an entire video plus did an entire stream, all on the same day. Well, technically, I guess not because now it's the next day. But I'm gonna say it's still the same day. I also wish I could say it was a Tuesday, right, Camda? That would not hurt. Yeah, Valkyrie, you might want a couple of Tuesdays there yourself. Where you could say, okay, I need me some Tuesdays to recover the ankle thing here. Let me see. I've got. Is that one of the. That might be one of the newer ones here. I'm going to try to sneak a little bit lighter skinny tones on the face super quick here. Cam, I think years of Tuesdays are in order. You know what? I'm gonna zoom in too, cause I got no that is zoomed in. All right, no wonder. I was like, boy, this is it's a little difficult fitting this all in for it not being zoomed in. No, it's zoomed in all the way. Oh, that was the other thing I was wishing that I had on that. The bust I was doing the tutorial on was some of our red for a little bit of rouge on the cheeky bones here. Let's get some rouge, some rosé right there. Little bit of cheeky rosé. Maybe a little more rosé. There. There. Well, actually, that's going to be cyber stuff right there. I kept talking about, the non-cyber version of Bridget so much I forgot this is the cyber version. That's how we roll here. Apparently there's a bunch of other things I don't do besides names and dates and times. Let me use this brush here. Because I need, I might even throw a little, whoops, that's not where that's supposed to go. Break this down a smidgeola here. Some more. I just want to sneak in some eyes is here because I'm gonna have to be sticking my hand on this stuff. So why would I wanna fool around right with the stuff on the shoulders and all that when I'm just gonna be dropping my hand on that anyhows, like so. So Armored Wolf, this is another candidate for sure. Trying it out with the new resin, see what happens. Nah, let me get a little bit more of the red in there. Here, around the eyes, some more. That too. Back to this here to try to get a little bit of darker stuff on the upper lip there, not too much. Teensy bit of shadow under the nose. Steal away a little, there we go, a little bit more of the stuff over the eye. I also am gonna grab this here brush. Is there any weird, okay, there's just some of the white there. I'm gonna take this yellow, some of my fabulous pure orange, give me some of this here white. And we're gonna do a little bit of lighter glazy stuff here to start to insinuate a little bit of light with this. Come on, there we go. We'll hit that again. Just want to get the ball rolling on this stuff. We're almost all the way around. Alright, I think we got it. We got our start on the fiery stuff there. Waiting for this to not be shiny over here. Might be able to start doing some stuff on the hair, and just a couple of places here where the clothes, still gotta let those set a bit more. I'm thinking, I'm thinking those are actually gonna be fiber optics. Fine, I'll just grab you. Just going to hit the ends of these. And I want to have some regular wheat down in there as well. Gonna grab me some of this, some of our Payne's Gray. Start thinking about what we might want to do for the endings on some of these cables and such here. Even though it's still kind of on the early side yet, I'm going to also try to mark out some of our other cables here with colors that are not not just blue. Gonna get some of these, some green. I think I got my phthalo green. Yeah, I do have phthalo green out here. Come on. Whatever. Another one that will be red there. Another one that's going to be red over here. Might even change over the course of time. We've been known to change stuff. Let me see if I can't fool around a little smidge here with our gold. Just something a little lighter in here. And it almost kind of is a, it's not really necessarily gold. It kind of goes from a, like a regular metal to a gold. I'm going to be very interested to see just what the final version of, again, of a Cyber Wapilia Spillbrush is going to look like. Starting to fish a little bit of the lighter stuff in there. Just going to start to tag some of our flowers here. Like this. And then we'll have just, again, since this is a botanical channel, we'll use the highly scientific term leafy bits. Yes, we'll need to get some leafy bits out here. Are we even at an hour yet? Let's see, not even an hour yet. Of course, sometimes things go even faster. You know, if I've already been filming a video, it feels like I haven't stopped filming. Yeah, that we're just gonna have to leave set for a while. There's too much stuff going on there, so we gotta let that have a chance to set. Don't be hasty, right, Camja? Do not be a hasty hobbit. Nice to see you there, Dread. So Dread, we did basically it was an 18-person class on really focusing on the alkyds. And basically every class that I do, that will be the material of choice, will be the alkyds. Because once again, it was definitely proven that the alkyds are going to be far more forgiving for folks that are new to the oils. Yeah, Rottweiler. Now, definitely be very glad that we were using the alkyds, because those are way more forgiving. That is a no doubter right there. Well, here's hoping that you'll be able to arrange all that, Judge Dredd, so that you can go. Now, Judge Dredd, would you be doing any tournaments or anything like that at Adepticon also, in addition to classes? Because that's a heavy thing, right? Right, while they're doing both. Because I know it is, because there was a couple years where I was doing tournaments and teaching classes. Yeah, I think I was trying to do the fantasy and 40K championships and trying to teach classes. And also saying hello to Daddy Kelt. How you doing there, Daddy Kelt? Everybody please give Daddy Kelt a follow. So Daddy Kelt, what was the one that I was painting when you raided before? Was it the Mordred bust or the Mordred figure? I have a feeling it was this, right, Daddy Kelt? Wasn't I painting the Mordred figure when you did the raid? Again, no matter what, this was our last stream right here. That was super fun. We're doing the oils like usual. Now, I don't have the figure version because that sold at Adepticon, but we are doing the cyber version of Bridget. So this is the regular bust right here. Again, we've got the cyber version of Bridget here. It could be interesting to do. I haven't done a cyber bust version yet of Bridget. So it was this one here. That is the bust in question. So there is more dread. Again, that is cyber more dread. And of course, Daddy Kelt, if you want to post anything in the chat, you know the deal. Like always, please go ahead and do that. So Daddy Kelt, I just did another tutorial video here. Now this is not Alkids, like I've been telling folks. Only used, what was it, 8 colors here, including white. And they were brand new colors for the most part. Some of them I'd never really seen before, and in the case of cerulean blue, I hadn't used it since 2020. So yes, 6 years the last time I used cerulean blue. And again, the big Daddy Kelp, I almost said Big Daddy. If you want to share anything in the chat, you know the deal. Like always, please go ahead. Oh, 56 minutes ago, that's when we started painting this. Yeah, there was no paint on this 56 minutes ago. I know you're shocked. Yep, that's your surprised face right there. Let me get, you know what, I'm going to go with well, this is our not Terra Rosa. Terra Rosa, this is actual Mars Yellow Deep here, though. And that is going to start going on Bridget's hair. Super quick like here. No problem there, Judge Dredd. Now, Dredd, I have been trying to do Saturdays, an earlier start on Saturdays. So somewhere around 10 Central. Again, I don't know, I never quite know what's fixing to happen. You know, crazy weather-wise or something like that. So that can alter times. But again, I try to start the Saturday stream now somewhere around 10 Central. So I don't know if that helps you out there, Judge Dredd. Well, Daddy Kill, if you wanted to share some older stuff, I mean, it could be very, very new for folks that maybe haven't seen it here. So yeah, even if it's older or something like that, if you want to share that, please go ahead. There's another support that got caught up in the primer. Okay, there we go. Finally got it. I was fishing for a little loose support there. And that kind of happens sometimes. The support just kind of gets stuck in the primer. That never quite washed off the resin, because there's a lot of little micro supports on these things, and that's so when folks start getting these files like that bust that you saw there, well, actually all of these things, I made these sculpts. These are my own sculpts. The only person you can get them from would be this guy, as in moi. That's it. It's the only place you can get these sculpts. Eventually, I'm going to do a My Mini Factory. We might do we're talking about doing a Shopify or something there, Armored Wolf? Or was it not an Etsy? I think it was going to be a shop, or who knows. We might be doing a bunch of different things to try and get these files out there to the general populace. Now, again, the first folks, though, will be the patrons on the Patreon page, because I'm using them for let's see, tutorial vids, and that's what I was going to do. I was going to do a little Dropbox, not Drop. I was going to do a little Google Drive folder with the Cylon bust, the Shadow Lord, and now that figure you just, or that bust you just saw, the non-cyber Lady of Shalott. Here's the cyber version of the Lady of Shalott. There you go. So geez, I still got to get the water effects in there. I knew I was forgetting something. Well, Valfair, it's a good thing that they're all made from my own paintings, right? So they're made with my own paintings, so therefore they're more me than some other folks, some other stuff that's on there, let me tell you. Let's do this right here. Do I want some of the orange there? Let's do that. Yep. Let's do this right here. because that is not how they are made, so not a problem. Let's do some more right here. And do this here. Also a little bit later. Now wait, this is about all I can do. Yeah, this is about all I can do. We gotta let this have a chance to set. Now we are, doing our little game here, playing around with the center, thick over thin, vice versa, all that good stuff. Let's do this here. Everybody check out that Discord link that Daddy Kelt just shared. And everybody please give Daddy Kelt a follow. Let's do this here. Everybody check out those Discord links, and then everybody please give Daddy Kelt a follow. Let me go a little later here on this. I think now the clothes are set enough for me to try this. Okay, we got a little bit of the violet in there. Is that gonna be too much? That may be a little too grayed down. No problem there, Daddy Kelt. And again, everybody please check out what Daddy Kelt just shared. Hopefully you're feeling pretty good about the latest stuff that you're doing there, Daddy Kelt. Let me get this in here. Alright. Lighten these babies up, not too much, because there is the firelight that's nearby. I'm going to use one of these. Actually, I used one of these as a blending brush on the Lady of Charlotte. But oh, look at that. See how nice and easy that is? Let me... Whoops, I'm almost gotten a little too much yellow there. There's enough yellow in there just with the burnt umber. Gotta respect the umber. Yep, gonna get that brush back out here again. Where you hiding? Yeah, good enough. And there. See, real quick, like just makes short work of those brush strokes. Now, this was just earlier today with the regular oil paints. I would have had to wait at least another 15 to 20 minutes before I did something like that. That would have pretty much just peeled the paint right off of there again. That's the difference. That is the difference of kind of working with the regular oils versus let's see, versus the alkyds. And again, those are the Paul Rubens alkyds. Although apparently Williamsburg, they've got a I don't know, was it a set of 8, right? Artem Michael, set of 8 for $60. They've got a pretty decent paint sale rocking and rolling right now. I don't know how long that paint sale is going to be lasting, so hopefully I'll be able to jump in on that before it goes away. Yeah, okay. And we're going to lighten up the flame part too. Let me do this. Let me do this here. Let me throw this up here. And no, a little more light. And I might also have to, well, we'll see what happens when we start getting our extra glowy stuff there. We'll see if we need to throw a little bit of that onto the cloth. Now, of course, this is not, it's not metal, so that wouldn't be reflected. Maybe, yeah, see, we'll be able to reflect some of this over in here. And we also gotta, I might even try to do some of that now while I'm thinking about here. Let me, get this guy here. Bring it down over here where my green is. Let me do this here. Ah, there we go. So I didn't get the gold too late. And we can go even lighter with our blue interior lines here. Like this. Now I hear they're actually dark. I'm gonna try to do a little bit of that right here. Let me get a little teensy bit of a bluish glow on these. Has our that the glaze is sort of set there where I can do this. Is that another? Okay, that's not a. I don't think that's a support, or is nope, that's not a support. Yep, Daddy Cut. We have tons and tons of those. We got well, regular Winsor Newton. Look at that genuine Terra Rosa. Terra Rosa. This, so we got that, and plus alkyd wise, the Griffins. So we have tons of Winsor Newton. I used a lot of their watercolors back in the day, and well, now we're using a lot of their oil paints. Now the Wintons, that's going to be the student grade stuff, so you can't expect the same kind of goodness from the student grade stuff that you can say just from the regular oil paints. And like Art and Micah was saying, Gamlin is very similar. Now, everybody loves themselves some Williamsburg. Everybody loves the Williamsburgs, but not everybody loves the price tag that comes along with the Williamsburgs. And again, the Winsor Newton stuff, I mean, I've been using it for years and years and years. Now, you probably got the regular stuff there, Daddy Kilt. And that should do you just fine. After a while, when you kind of got the oils more figured out, and you say, you know what, I think I want to try this or this or this, then you can kind of branch out. And again, it's you don't have to have just only one brand like our Michael's saying there. Gee whiz, how many different brands do we have here? There's Williamsburg, Gamlin, Winsor Newton, Richardson, Paul Rubens. There's 2, 3 other ones. So yeah, there's plenty of different brands that I use here. That's starting to set a little bit more there, Chuck, and maybe start to fool around with that just a smidge some more. Let's see. And I think the first sets that we were getting, those were the Wintons. Then we found out that Williamsburg they have an actual those sets like the modern color set, and now they've got the fluorescent set. Was it Gamlin 1980s? Yeah, I think it's Gamlin 1980. That's their line of student grade stuff. And again, is it going to be as fabulous, say, as some Williamsburg paints? Well, it better not be, because if it's only a fraction of the cost and it's exactly the same, then what would be the point of ever getting Williamsburg? Let me, let me try a little bit of this in here. Yep, we'll have that stone there. This is sort of a pinlet. Nah, it's not really. It's got some thinner in there, but again, that's just to make it flow a little bit easier. Dedicate, that's where I get a whole bunch of stuff. Even like the was that the Mona Lisa thinner? I get that usually from Hobby Lobby, and of course a lot of our craft brushes come from Hobby Lobby. Oh, sorry about that. 1 second there, Arta Michael. So that's the modern color set right there from, and that's on Dick Blick, right? That is on Dick Blick. Yeah, they got themselves a paint sale going on. Doing a little bit of the, yeah, they're gonna get some of that manganese blue in here. Let's do this. I'm gonna, yeah, I think the face is set a little bit more. And here. I want, yeah, I'll just do this. I'll do this right now with our dark here. Yeah, I mean, well, you saw what I don't know if that's the, what was that? Oh, the quinacridone golden brown. I don't know if that's the one that I was just flashing there before, but I don't think that I used, well, maybe the Egyptian violet. I think maybe the Egyptian violet, that's the one that I used up entirely. As we welcome in the Zhang. Hey there, Zhang. How you doing? Boy, Zhang, I wish I had the non-cyber version of Bridget to show you here. I do have the bust version. Everybody, please give the Zhang a follow. So, Zhang, we got ourselves some fun stuff that we've been working on for quite some time. We can do some shows and some tells. Now, were you working on Gundams or were you doing brick stuff tonight, Zhang? So here's the bust version. So we don't have the figure version that's sold at Adipta, but you can see this is the non-cyber version of Bridget here. And this, again, all of these are basically straight from my paintings. I don't have the print here anymore, but yeah, straight from the paintings here. Again, this is a cyber version where her wheat fronds, as you can see now, it's kind of turned into some fiber optics there. All right, so a little different flavor on that. Our last stream was this, so our Cyber Mordred. Again, all part of our Cyberthurian series. Here is the bust version of that. So again, that's a Cyber Mordred. We've got things like, well, here's Mom. Yeah, there we go. There's the Cyber version of Morgan Le Fay. A little bit of freehand there. We got a whole bunch of these that we have been working on. Where's our Lancelot? We also have the figure version of Lancelot yet to go. Where's the, here it is. There's the bas relief version. Right there, been having a lot of fun with these. And here, let me get where's our Merlin here. And Guinevere, so again, some more of our fabulous bas reliefs. These are super fun to paint, Zhang, because, well, they have a backdrop to them. And as you can see, the backdrop allows you to get some object source lighting on the back of the figure, which you normally can't do because it normally makes no sense, right? Makes no sense at all because it's like, where's that light coming from? Thank you so much, Shinashuka. Appreciate that. Okay, so you're doing a cyber version of Opelius. What about me? It's like, I think the pipeweed would cause some short circuits there. I think she's got a point. Let's see what happens. We still have not had a big Gandalf 6 yet in quite some times. Can Shin get that big Gandalf 6? Ooh, that was super close. That was very close. So Dedicelt, don't bother getting those. Don't bother getting them. Like we always say, just get. This is the only one you need. That's the iridescent pearl white. You mix this with other oil paints, you got metallic oil paints. So yeah, don't get that other stuff. You're just gonna be, yeah, that's kind of creating a dollar bill bonfire. Those are, they might keep you warm for a while, but not for very long. So here's our Cyber Galahad. We also have the figure version of him. That's almost done print. Actually, it's probably done printing now. We did a tutorial series on this, and there's Arthur. We also have a figure version of him that we'll be printing out very, very soon. Of course, here is the Lady of Shalott, or Onion Lady as we call her, because, Lady of Shallots. We also have a bas relief of her too. So this has been super fun. Digital tiers. We're also working. Oh yeah, Zhang, we're working on a game system. We're working on a game system too. Hey there, Gunpla. How you doing? Nice to see ya. Yeah, like Arthur Michael says, you can make your own metallic stuff. Like, oh look, we did here. Yeah, that's our own metallic oil paints. You just take metallic pigments, you mix them with linseed oil, and shazam, you got your own metallic oil paints there. I'm glad that those are good, Camda. And again, Nganis, how you doing? If you want to share some linkies in the chat, please go ahead. Oh, look at this. Here's Cyber Guinevere. We also have a figure version of her. I would show you her and Nimue and all that good stuff, but well, those kind of sold at Adepticon, and we are still in the process of replacing those. So again, great to see you there, Zhang. Thank you so much for the raid. And of course, what we're also working on our non-cyber thing, right? So we've got our whole Celtic Goddess series. We have regular Bridget. This is the Morrigan, again, straight from one of my paintings. Arianrod, again, straight from one of my paintings. And of course, Branwen, right there. So if you were to see the original paintings, you'd say, wow, it pretty much looks just like them. We also have, again, bust versions of those. We've got bas relief versions of those. We also have, again, non-cyber versions of our Arthurian. So there's Lady of Shalott. That's the non-cyber version right there. And of course, working with oil paints. We also will be painting this one up on Thursday. This is going to be very fun. So you can see again, there's all the kind of the fiber optics and some of the digital circuitry running through Excalibur. So Shin, essentially the whole concept behind the game, the story, is that the once and future king shall return in the hour of greatest need. It doesn't say when, it doesn't say how. It really doesn't make any sense for some dude to show up on a horse with a sword. That's not really going to do a whole bunch. But cyberspace, well, there's a little bit of contention going on there. So none of the characters are actually corporeal. They're all in cyberspace. And of course, Mordred, he cannot create truth. He does not destroy the truth. He just multiplies it, essentially trying to fracture, divide, and overload the mainframe, which happens to be the Lady of Shalott. And well, should that happen, not so grand, because then the mainframe shuts down. So that's a no bueno right there. So Nganis, why don't you share some fabulous painted stuff in the chat there? And again, everybody, please give Nganis a follow if you could. Yeah, now again, this one here, it's able to utilize the fabulous Perline Crimson there in Ganis. I mean, it is super, super helpful for getting all those really deep, rich, kind of burgundy reds in the shadows there. Everybody, please check out that link that Nganis just shared, and then give Nganis a follow. And again, Zhang, if you wanted to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. I wasn't sure if you were doing again some bricks this time around or if it was some gun plus stuff. Either way, I'm sure it was fabulous and I'm sure people really enjoyed it. Let me get this going here. Trying to light. Yeah, I'm gonna go even lighter. Yes, I am. I'm gonna go even lighter there. Yep, that's very helpful. Yep, kind of gets a little shine. Now we're gonna also do the same deal here. Let's start to lighten up this as well. So everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Gun has just shared. And everybody, again, check out Camda, check out Nganes because, well, it's always a good thing to see as many folks utilizing the oils as possible. Now, here we got to go with a bit more thinner. Yep, I'm going to hit this too. Yeah, let's get that edge some more. Yeah, Order Michael gets sorry that that is being so troublesome there. But here's hoping that it gets better real soon. I'm gonna have to try and get me some orangey red in our not golds here. It can't all just be these cooler colors. So I think I can get me some of my blue in there too. And again, some of the lighter blue like you see over here. I'm trying to get a little light down in there. Let's do this. Working some more of our glow. Yeah, up here. Let's get this a little lighter. Not too late though. Let's not go too far towards making that light too fast anyways. So again, a little combination of some of the some more almost like chrome type stuff and some of the gold slash brass here. Well, I'll also try to get some more of the lighter stuff and the clothes, but I forgot here. Let me reinstitute some of the cybernetic bits here. I was trying to do all that stuff on the face. I'm like, yep, that's a whole bunch of cyber stuff over there. Again, I was painting that other bust, which was the non-cyber version, so that just kind of entered into my brain there, tiny as it is.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Pixel Gecko. Appreciate that. So so you're telling me that the glow stick and the kitchen utensil not terribly effective against the Balrog. How about some of this stuff here? That's lots of glowy strings. I wonder what those do. It's like I really don't think you would understand. Yeah, I'm not sure how tech savvy Gandalf might be. Let's see what Gandalf gets on a 6. So Pixel, so Shin almost got that big Gandalf 6. Well, that's half a 6. It's almost a 1 there. It was like this, and then it bounced off of something and kicked back to a 3. Oof, it could have kicked back some more. We would have had that all elusive 6. Now, Art and Michael, you might as well. I mean, if you're going to be doing all the going through the hassle of the other stuff, might as well do the fun stuff too. Maybe not so much on, say, like the forehead or something like that. Maybe in a less open area, but who knows? It could just be fun. Now let me see what we did with the eyes. I believe we did green, and I think we're gonna continue that here. We're gonna continue the green eyes for Bridget here, because I'm pretty sure she was the only one that we did that for. Now, of course, my phthalo green has a whole bunch of other stuff in it, which has kind of turned it almost like a sap green there. I think we got it. Ooh, I'm gonna give me some of that green down here. So we'll do a bit of greenage now. Maybe a touch thinner. Yep, that's what we needed. Now, let me just put this over here. I'm going to get that out of the way. And we were talking about getting some of this green out here. Let's do that. I knew I was forgetting something. Let me do this. Some of that green down in here. Ooh, speaking of green. Yep, I forgot about these. How's about there? It's Christmas time. We got red and green cables now. Now, at Gunpla, the store is still going strong, right? Gunpla. I could swear that they posted something. I don't know, was it an anniversary there at Gunpla? I think they've been there a long time. Well, at least 10 years, right, Gunpla? Maybe more. Maybe who knows? Maybe like 15. Yeah, or to Michael, it's been very weird here since Adepticon. It's pretty much been try to sleep for an hour or two, then do 4 or 5 hours of work, then try to sleep for a few hours. And it's they're in the second building still, right, Gunpla? Not the original one where they were up on the second floor. I think more than one person took a little bit of a tumble with their case on that second floor. But the new place was really nice, and it's pretty darn vast, isn't it, Gunpla? I mean, that is huge.
So say we all.
Great to see you there, Surface Tension. We could certainly use a little bit of our medicine here. Great to see you there, Surface Tension. Surface Tension. I can't remember what the latest images was that not was. I do words, right, Surface Tension? Not well, but I do words. Ooh, we're getting some of that green in here. And of course, Surface Tension, you want to share some stuff in that chat. Why don't you do so? I'm going to get me a little more of that green. Why not? Then we'll get some of our orangey stuff too. Again, we do real super elaborate color names to do orangey stuff. Just like cratery things and leafy bits. Again, this is a botanical channel. It's also a astronomical channel. So Surface Tension, it was super fun. I'm going to try and take me my little twirly vids here of Mordred overnight. That's he's got all of the final stuff on him, so I think he's all dry too, ready to rock and roll. And of course, well, yeah, our Our very first ever batch of basing bits in cough drop resin. Yeah, that's a menthol resin right there. So should you also have a cold or something like that, well, you don't have to look far for medicine. Everybody check out the link that Surface Tension's going to post. Again, some super fabulous oil painted miniatures. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the YouTube channels. We got a whole bunch of these going to the various YouTube channels, of course. I'm going to feed me a little bit more of the dark in there, too. There you go. But check out that Mastodon link that Surface Tension just shared. Go check that out. I'm going to get me some more of the almost more like a brassy look on some of these here. I wonder, let me do something here. Nah, we actually got a decent amount of dark in there. Decent amount of dark. If anything, we have to go the other direction. We have to go towards the light, as they say. We must go towards the light. I'm going to try and get me
Hello,
some more of
hobbits.
our
Spark
green
my
over
gum
here.
jar.
Thanks, thanks, Gunpla. Appreciate that. Again, if you keep mentioning the Cyber Wapelius thing, he's like, well, he does have his stream anniversary coming up in like 6 days. Let me check over there. Yeah, it says 6 days. I don't know. Twitch is weird. It says it always like keeps changing the date of when your stream anniversary is. I don't know why they do that. It's confusing. I don't do names or dates or times. Do we have a do we have a 6 for Gunpla deals? No. Well, we have. We're almost there. We're 2/3 of the way to a 6. I also don't do math. But something tells me that's closer to a 6 than it was before. But not quite there yet. I'm going to just check me a little bit of the green over here. Maybe a little bit on that. There we are. A little bit over here. We might be able to fool around with the hair again. Again, I want that to have a chance to set. Hey there, Helgrat. How you doing? We got ourselves a little mini link. Doing well. And also, Helgrat, if you wanted to post some stuff in the chat there, stuff you've been working on, say on stream or whatevs, please go ahead and do that too. There we are. I think did I send you the pictures of the game tiles there? Surface Tension. That is something. I don't know if I don't think I'll get a chance to test print those this week. Well, maybe later this week. There's just so many of the figures that I have to either reprint or print for the first time. And again, I might actually go check. I'm very curious when I go refresh the medicine there. I might take a little look see and just see if Cyber Galahad actually printed out. I mean, I printed them out once, but that was when I realized I need to do a little modification on the supports there. So Surface Tension, that's for the game. Well, one of the games, because we're gonna try and do ultimately the trifecta of RPG, board game, and skirmish. But we're starting out with the board game. That's actually the board game is going to be one of the subjects of the first ever Blender tutorial that I'm going to be filming, hopefully tomorrow, either tomorrow or Wednesday. Well, Tuesday or Wednesday. It's now Tuesday already. I'm going to try and get me a little more greeny up there. There we go. add some more like it. So everybody check out that Discord link that Helgrat just posted. Well, Helgrat, hopefully you've been able to kind of, what would you say, recharge the batteries a little bit there. If that is the case, let me keep rolling on here. A little bit more of our manganese blue in here. Nice to see you there, Irid. Everybody, please give Erica a follow. And of course, Irid, why don't you do the thing? Why don't you do the thing? Post the stuff in the chat there so people can check out some fabulous jewelry. Also, some Gunpla stuff there. We had the raid from Zhang, so that means we've got ourselves, and well, that's why we have some Gunpla fans in here. So yeah, definitely share that stuff, Arid, for sure. We got some Gunpla fans. Let me see what happens. Yeah, there we go. So everybody check out that Pinterest link that Erica I've just shared. So Irid, hopefully Easter only lasted one day, and well, you know of what I speak, Irid, of course. Hopefully again, Easter was a one-day holiday, and that's it. No more Easter. It only gets the one day. That's it. It doesn't get 365 days. Now we're going to take this kind of almost like a semi-loaded blending brush there. Again, this is all oil paints all the time. Here we're gonna deload it. Some might say you could that the actual word is unload. We're gonna say deload, right? Right, Camda, because we don't just do words; we create words. Like for schmizzle, and then of course D for schmizzle. I'm gonna try and lighten you up a little bit there. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Is it kind of that time then, Irid, for the allergy stuff? I know well. Like Velfira, right? The rapid changes in temperature tends to make the allergies just go bonkers. I know there's one person I knew that around here that he just was begging and begging for that first frost to hit because his allergies would not stop until that first frost. Let me try to throw a little touch more light in there. Okay, there we go. Yeah, right, Velfira. Wasn't that always was it more the fall, Velfira, or was it more the spring with the whole? Okay, it's 70 degrees one day, 40 the next, and the allergies go absolutely bonkers. I want to try and get me a little something lighter in here for this bit of gold trim. Might then I'll kind of throw some of the darks in the recesses on there. We don't want this to all be light. You can see we're kind of letting that lighter stuff fade a little bit. Then we're going to do it again down here. I've seen people reefer schmizzle stuff for sure, their surface tension. Yeah, I've seen people reefer schmizzle stuff. I've certainly reefer schmizzled stuff. If anybody saw the video on the Carnosaur, yeah, where the that resin, it didn't just cure around the was that the pin area where the Carnosaur's leg had to go. It filled the whole thing in. It like was cement. The Valfira, I guess one of the one or both of all of those has to be the or the drowsy stuff, right? Because I'm not sure if all allergy things have a tendency to do the drowsy stuff. I would imagine most of them do. Yeah, we are experts in schmizzling there, Camda. Now, Camda, do we need to have a supervillain called the Schmizzler? I don't know, but if you think it's worthwhile, shoot me a message to say, hey, make the Schmizzler supervillain. He, I mean, we have the autocorrect monster. Why would we not have the Schmizzler? There's a non-drowsy version. Okay, I think that might have to happen there, Camda. We might have to have some version of the Schmizzler. Which, of course, new folks to the channel are wondering, what in the world are we hearing? Basically, when things, shall we say, go sideways or pear-shaped or some form of not bueno, we call that getting verschmizzled. I mean, obviously, he's going to have quite the fiendish grin, wouldn't you say there, Camda? But the Schmizzler, he strikes, and when you least expect it, and in every area. Yes, whether it's printing, whether it's painting, the Schmizzler can strike from anywhere at any time. Do I need... I'm going to do that. Well, I got the orangey stuff sitting here. Let's just do this. Yeah. Let's get that in here. Now there you go. Look at this. We got orange right next to the green. Orange right now. Look at this. There you go. And we're just doing a little bit of dry brushy stuff there. There you go. Are we going to have our own evil, our own board game here for the stream? So we have Cyber 3, we're just going to have Wapelia or something like that, and that's where we have some of our, we have the autocorrect monster on the demonic side there. Yeah, I'm kind of liking this. I'm gonna do me some more of that. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. This is another one of our supervillains here. Yes, that's and again, look, he's very fearsome, right, Valfair? Look at how fearsome he is. I mean, he just strikes terror in the heart of all humanity. Again, that is the most lethal condiment known to the human species right there. Beware the mustard. Now, I need to get kind of the lightest stuff in our little flamey bits there. So, yeah, I'm going to get a little bit of the orange in there. Maybe that was too much. I'm going to not go super glazy on that either. And I'm going to try and chuck me some of this in here. I mean, that's Murphy's Law, right? Surface tension. If something can get schmizzled, it will get schmizzled. At some point, it will get schmizzled. Gunpla, yes, don't ever use mustard. That is, if you value your printers, if you value your paint, if you value your very life, don't use mustard. that lesson has been learned many, many times over and over again by all of us here in the stream. Actually, Valfira, yeah, I think I might be to blame for your latest round of schmizzling there, because I've been putting mustard on pretty much all of my sandwiches that I've had over the last week. So yeah, Velfer, if it's been a rough week, that would be my fault for putting mustard on stuff there. Here we go. Now, orange. Where's my Indian yellow? There it is. We're gonna try and find ourselves a couple little hits of the orange here. Oh, that's what I was hoping for. A little back and forth here. Well, I think that's Mars Yellow Light. Wouldn't you say there's surface tension? Because, well, I don't. Well, wait a second. Time out here. Actually, this looks kind of like a honey Dijon mustard, doesn't it? So, yeah. I guess that gotta watch out for the Mars Yellow Deep. Does look a little bit like a Dijon style mustard there. And that is a fave. Absolutely love the honey Dijon mustard. That is some good stuffs. So again, just to try to a little hint here. Some of our orange. We'll maybe get a little bit of that on our wheat fronds there. Just a little hint of it. There are many mustards, right? Surface tension, and they have a plan. Yes, those mustards, they got themselves a plan. Now here, I'm gonna get me some. Speaking of Mars Yellow Deep, I'm gonna try to get some of that in some of the lighter portions of the hair out here. So let's do that. I might need a little bit more of this. Ooh, that's a little too much thinner there. Thank you so much, surface tension. Appreciate that. I was just gonna say, where are we at our medicine refreshing? So we're almost at 2 hours. 1 hour 52 minutes ago. This well, it had no paint whatsoever on there. We did do a little bit of the sort of lighter mid-tone primer deal. Part of that was just because, well, there's so much stuff going on down here. I wanted to just be able to go directly to some of the darker glazing stuff in those crevices there. What are we doing here? Okay, this. You know what? I'm gonna get me some more of that Mars Yellow Deep into our mix here for the hair, and again, we're looking to kind of match what we were doing here on Bridget's hair. So again, this is the non-cyber version, and we're gonna be. If it printed out successfully, we'll be painting that soon enough. Well, repainting, because we actually did paint non-cyber Bridget once already. And again, appreciate all the folks at Adepticon that did the purchasing of the painted figs and busts and flats, bas reliefs and paintings. We got some of those to replace. Yeah, actually, all of the B5 stuff. Yeah, all the B5 stuff was that is gone. Also, both of the sailing ships. Yeah, I think those are both gone. And a bunch of the spacescapes too. So Veilfear, gosh, I don't know if it was specifically, it was, well, it was kind of, the deli ends that I talk about all the time. I don't really know what the actual word, think of it as the upgraded bologna stuff there, Veilfear. It's not quite just like the regular stuff you would see. Now, what you don't often see here is somebody who is brave enough to enter our domain, but Skits Mix is brave enough. So, Skits, how you doing? And of course, Skits, why don't you share some stuff in that chat? Appreciate the raid. So now Skits, did you see the original, either the figure or the bust version of Bridget? We're doing the cyber version of Bridget now, which is super fun with all of the glowy fiber optic stuff. But yeah, we're doing that, and this was our last stream right here. this was uh, this was a big boy. Or this is the cyber version of Mordred, including some of our very first ever basing bits right there on his base. We got more of those. That's going to go on Cyber Galahad's base, and also our Cyber Green Knight. Speaking of Cyber Galahad, hopefully this weekend we get a chance to paint the figure version of him. I don't. I think we'll go with the gold armor just to match there. That's fantastic there, Skits. And of course, Skits, why don't you share some stuff in the chat? And and we also have here two versions. So this is the non-cyber Lady of Shalott, and then we have our cyber Lady of Shalott here. So two very different ones. Went with the red hair here because we were doing a certain exercise with the certain slate of colors. So we'll do this one again, but again, try to match it even closer to our Lady of Shalott. Maybe even go with some grayish tones here in the veil and the outfit. And of course, now we have this printed out. We'll try to get to our Arachne, but we also have a flat of that. Here we go. I think it. I know you've mentioned it, Skits. You might have shared it once, but that was a long time ago. I think you might want to share that again. Yeah, why don't you just go ahead on the safe side there, Skits. Share it again. So yeah, Velfera. It was almost like that, but it was kind of like the smoked version of bologna or something like that. And obviously, you fry that stuff up. This is a cuisine channel after all, right, Camda? And of course, well, after the stream, I think asparagus is back on the menu again. So everybody, please, is that a Discord link? Yep, that is a Discord link. Everybody, please check out that Discord link that Skits Mix just shared, and then please give Skits Mix a follow. So again, Skits, thank you so much for the raid. We are working with their oil paints here like usual. And looking forward to getting a chance to try. So there's the bas relief. So there's the figure. There's the bas relief. And the bust version of Arianrod is here. So we're going to try and do this trifecta. We've been doing this for every figure. A bust, a 72, 75 mil fig, and then a bas relief. So this will be fun. We'll get a chance to do a lot of kind of spacescape type stuff on that. We've got a whole series of Celtic goddesses. We have Arianrod. Oh, here's Danyu. This is another one. I think I'm gonna try. Yeah, I'm gonna try and print this out again in resin. It's a little bit too big for trying to get on stream here, so I'm gonna try and go a little bit smaller with this one here. So surface tension, yeah, the after I did that first one, right, I thought, oh, those, I mean, this is kind of what gave birth to the Cyberthurian stuff. Surface tension is I did the regular version, and then I thought, well, that's pretty neat. Those, all of the wheat fronds, they kind of reminded me almost, what if they were fiber optic instead of, well, wheat fronds. And I like that so much. That's when I thought, because I have all the Arthurian stuff, and we are doing. Again, I'm doing. Let's see. I think I already have Morgan Le Fay, the bust version printed out. And again, that's it. That looks exactly like my painting because it doesn't have any cyber elements to it. Here we are. Now I have to save their surface tension. I was tempted to put a pile of USB drives down here, like a big old pile of USB drives. Here, let me get some of this not radiant violet there, and now let's. I think I'm gonna go a little bit thinner on that. That might just need to be a little thinner. Actually, Velfair, that's something that I gotta try and do that. I've never actually made them myself, the twice baked potatoes. I enjoy those a ton, but I've never actually had a chance to make those myself. So that's definitely something I'll have to hunt down a recipe for that. So if anybody has a good recipe for twice baked potato, actually, hey, but now, Arid, have you done? Well, I know you've done a whole bunch of fun stuff, and actually, Arid, I'll have to send you the cookies. Yes, I think I sent you pictures of the cookies, right? Right, Valfera. Yeah, I think I sent you pictures of those. I think I sent a bunch of people pictures of the Easter cookies. Again, haven't had a chance to make the lamb cake. That is something we'll maybe get a chance to do maybe next year. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that in a couple of. Yeah, let's do that. That looks kind of fun. Nope, that's wheat fronds there. I'm gonna do that here. Let's do some red there. Then we'll start. Oh, yep. That's. Do I want to go blue? Yes, I'm gonna go blue, but a different blue. Let's break out the Prussians. Let's break out the Prussians here. We have not had the Prussians engaged here. No wonder. Hey there, Doji. Well, glad that you got an extra bakery, more bakery runs, more better, right, Doji? More bakery runs, more better. So great to see you there, Doji. Well, as always, why don't you post some links in the chat there? Now I'm gonna go straight to our not radiant periwinkle here, cammed just because I want this to have some more red in it, and definitely not get too mixed up with this. I think that works. I think that definitely works. Gotta thin it down some more though. So everybody check out the iridescent Death Guard color scheme, an Instagram link there from Skits. And again, everybody please give Skits Mix a follow. I mean, those are free, so might as well take advantage of it. Free to follow. And Skits, I don't know if you kind of know when your next stream might be. I know sometimes, like even for me, sometimes stream times can be variable. And not just stream times, but stream days can be variable. Let's do a little bit of that blue in there. Now let's there it is. There's the brush I'm looking for. There's my green here. change that up a smidge over there. So Friday and Saturday nights, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And then some Tuesday afternoons. Again, I wish that I could do the daytime stream thing. There's just too much activity around here, especially during the day and such, to be able to do the daytime streams. Unfortunately, now where's some more of my green here? Phthalo green. Some more yellow here. And then we'll try and get some of that down in our little plants here. But I was thinking of also doing, yeah, we'll get that. That's going to be good down there. Also was thinking about, for that area, some of our flock and foliage. I never even got a chance to put that on the other one. That's right. I never got a chance to. That's some more like it. Let's see. No, I haven't seen anything, Valfira. I think all I saw very briefly somewhere was that, well, I believe they've gone around that far side and they did their trajectory set to head back this way. That is all I know. Unfortunately, it's kind of almost been like it's been like Adepticon prep all over again. Where's my green here? There we go. Now again, I'm not sure when that Artemis is supposed to return, but I would imagine, surface tension, that the ancient Welsh Landians, upon their return, are going to have to hide the Death Orb shield. So if weather gets crazy around here again, surface tension, I will be putting the ancient Welsh Landians to task for that, because that's what happened all this last week. And unfortunately, pretty much the only video that I see is me, which is kind of hilarious. Whether I'm streaming or whether I am filming and editing and all that good stuff. See you later there, Skits. Thanks again for the raid. Appreciate you doing that. And again, everybody please give Skits Mix a follow. Again, trying to lighten this up a smidge more, and a little bit less of the yellow in here too. More. It's almost like very much a lemon yellow type color that's going on. I'm gonna try to get a little hint of a pattern in there. And again, Doji, I don't know if you had a chance to share some stuff in the chat. I've got some more stuff that I wanna show you there, Doji. So I'll be shooting you a message probably tomorrow at some point. Trying to get me a little more light around this stone there. We gotta get a couple more light in there. Also there. Yeah, Camda, it's because Recoil was asking, if I listen audiobooks. That's it. I have about 20 audiobooks. I almost never get to listen to those. The only one I ever get to listen to is the one that I used to fall asleep to. Yeah, that's the one. Doji, those have really been looking fabulous. Yeah, that's the other thing that, well, hopefully I'll get a chance to get to is all those terrain pieces. Because I wanted to try out the markers on those. That's it, the marker brushes. Yeah, I want to try those out on more of the terrain. Kind of a more heavy-duty test of that. I'm gonna here. Let me get my. Where's my blue again? Then we'll have to get some of our darker stuff up there. I'll see you in a bit there, Camda. I know that those orcs, I was gonna say they don't feed themselves, but they can. You just don't want them doing that, right, Camda? When the orclings choose to feed themselves, that generally creates a bit of a fracas. Take some of this, and a little touch of the yellow. So I'm trying to create that. We don't want the very kind of warm green that we see here on more. So that's kind of a yellowish light green. We're trying to do something here that's a bit more towards the turquoise. Not quite, but kind of halfway in between those two. Gonna put a little bit of that here, and now some of it along the edges of this. I guess here, let me reposition the brush here. Like that. Get this other edge up here. There we go. Gonna start hitting some of these fiber optic fronds. This on the side of it here, and we'll be breaking out our fast mat. Wait, we're only a little over a couple hours in, so we're not gonna break out the fast mat white just yet. I am gonna try and sneak a little bit of this. Yeah, let me go back a little further here. Not quite that light, that fast. That's a little too much, too quick. Let's reverse course a little bit here. Whoa, that thing. Breaking some of this down. Yeah, not super reflection, but we need some light cast by this, or otherwise it's not really gonna look terribly glowy, is it? Not so much. We need to ensure we got ourselves some glow here. Which means we need to pass some along this whole area in here. Some more there. Some along here. The cyber version of Morgan is very, very, very fun. I've actually, and this will be something again that it'll be part of the very first Blender tutorial, where I try to see if I can get the basically the robotic crows to work with the figure. I'll be making some modifications to the figure itself, and then again trying to position the mechanical crows so that they kind of look more like they belong with the fig. Let me do some stuffs there. Here we go. Let me try to take away some of that extra. There we go. So again, a little bit of the blue glow starting to reach to the hair. Oh, thanks, Armored Wolf. Appreciate the again. That's the link to the Patreon page where I again just did the latest video. We were trying out some very interesting new paints that Armored Wolf brought back from Italy. Needless to say, those were not alkids. Not even close. And remember, we do strongly advocate for folks that are kind of on the beginning side with the oil paints, that you consider the alkids, especially when you're just getting started. They're just a little bit more beginner friendly for sure. Let me try to, and we're trying to lighten this up here a bit more. Alright, it's going to be interesting. Let me try to, there we go. Trying to drop a little bit of our lightest kind of turquoise here. I might go a little smidge lighter than that, but this stuff will have to have a chance to set first before we try doing that. I'll lighten you up a bit more there. Now, let me see if I can get some of the lighter green in the eyes here. We go and again, unless they're those bio drones, surface tension, those squirrels aren't going to bark at themselves, so go get that done. Unless those squirrels are, unless that's all part of the clever ruse, their surface tension, that even the squirrels there are all just bio drones. And the whole thing of having the dog bark at him is just to kind of continue the pretense that those are actually squirrels and not bio drones. Let me get some of the pyramid, go into this. In lieu of Payne's Gray. Oh, no, that's not too much thinner. But over here, and then again on the Chester, we need to lighten this up a bit. So that's the standard rule of thumb there. If it moves, bark at it. Again, this is sort of lighter. This is not. Wait, this may be a value 3. what we're putting on here. Yeah, that's about a 3. We don't want to go too late too fast. Also, I was fixing to get a little bit of the, oh yeah. Where are we at here with this stuff? Because we did the kind of the orangey stuff there. Now I want to do the, oh, that got a little bit too heavy there. We got to do the darker line in there, so not super tragedy. Well, Doji, good luck on those. Yeah, there's no doing. Actually, Doji, I gotta get the. I actually have them now in my Amazon cart. Those just the disposable, not the biodegradable planters there for the seedlings. Yes, I have those in my cart. Now they have to be not in the cart and actually on their way here. So see you later there, Doji. Yeah, appreciate you being here for as long as you could. I'm gonna try and get me a little more of this blue in here. Well, it's a bluish gray. And it's just right in this little line right here. That's it. Now I wonder. I'm gonna do this orange. So that's the Paul Rubens yellow. That gee whiz, that got all coagulated mighty darn quick there. Look at that. Give me some thinner in that then. Are we going a little too light, a little too quick here? Well, then we're going to use it over here because I can use it here. I know I needed some in there. Then we're going to back off. Okay. I'm going to try to get a little more orange, light orange here on the bottom of this. I'm going to come back with some of my darkest stuff to do a bit more separation here on the knuckles. So over here on the sleeve, what's going to be too light? Is that going to be... Yeah, that's about right. Yep, there we go. That works. I can... Okay, fine. I'm going to add a little more of the yellow to it. I don't want to go too heavy with the source lighting on the cloth because I don't want it to rival the metal stuff. Because then all of a sudden, well, metal not going to look so much like metal if the cloth is reflecting the light at the same level, same rate. You know what, let me do that here while we're thinking about it. I mean, we got our fabulous pearly and crimson just sitting over here anyways. So doing it on that side and then on this side. Then through the middle here. Nice to see you there, Neshlin. How you doing? Hopefully you had a fabulous Easter time there, Neshlin. Having a whole bunch of fun again with the cyber version of Bridget. I've been really wanting to paint this one for quite some time. Finally getting the chance to do it. what? I might even do a little bit of this right here. If we are going to have that source lighting there, maybe strengthen up the shadows tiny, tiny bit. Michelin, very, very happy I was able to get the latest vid up on the Patreon page and finally get a chance to paint this bust. I've been wanting to paint this for quite some time. Now we also have the figure version of that. That will be equally as fun. So looking forward, and of course, kind of like our Nimue, I wanted basically it's almost like a non-cyber version with all the kind of the translucent cloth there. That'll be kind of a little bit of each, not all translucent, say the way Nimue was. That'll be kind of a bit of a hybrid there. Now we gotta start getting our little sections here of the knuckles. Like you do now. I might also get some of this brown. Start to solidify some of these lines. Also, well, look at this, panel lines. Oh, and I am hoping that next Monday will be our first Armada Monday in quite some time, and I'm hoping to have one of my starships. So some, couple of, maybe a few examples of some starships. Maybe one. It depends on how big the example is. But that's going to be part of, again, the next that first Blender tutorial is me basically taking the various ship parts and trying to put those together in Blender, because that was the very first thing that I ever did in Blender. That was my intro to it, was for essentially reassembly. And I want to give that a try. Not necessarily the most complex ship designs, because, still got to get printed and all. And I would prefer them to be one-piece prints, if possible. Thanks, Nestlin. Appreciate that. Of course, I'm also looking forward to taking the video and the pictures of the Saber Mordred. I mean, he is a gigantic, my goodness. Actually, Arthur's going to be pretty big. Well, Lancelot is no slouch either. And of course, the Green Man is pretty big too. Let me see. I'm going to try to bring this down here. Then we'll have to, for sure, lighten up the lips there to the bottom lip especially. Refine some of the edges on that. Also, the nostrils should maybe be a little darker there. Now, let me get back to the lips. We're trying to do some lighter stuff. Get that down in here. More of the radiant violet. So we have about 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours in here. We're gonna back away from that. That's too much of the light. So we're gonna do that. Also infuses it a little bit more of the color there too. Yep, a little bit more of the rouge. Now I might have to get some more of my weight out here. some even lighter skin tones. Let's see what happens with this. On this one, it's just whether it's the alkyds or whether it's the regular oil paints, there's just something super, super fun about them, right, Nishlin? Well, very relaxing because you don't have to be bouncing around, right? Worrying about things drying on the palette or whatever. Don't have to worry about that, and all of the blending that you can do, and not just the kind of the blending that people normally think about, but some of that hidden blending where you can get some really nifty extra colors. Oh, say like in the midtones by doing nothing more than just letting your brush stay dirty for all intents and purposes. Yeah, not cleaning the brush. That can sometimes can give you a chance to have some pretty nifty little color blends in those shadows, midtones, whatever, that folks may not expect. I'm going to take that down here to just hit a couple of lights right where that cloth is there. Not too orangey. Try this. In here. Trying to get to the sections of the fingers here. Something that's got a little bit more of the gray in it. Is this okay? It's down here. That's too light for that area. Let's back away from that. It's okay here. I want to do a little bit of that right there. And of course, I also was hoping to do a little digital something something on here. Now let me go with this. Across. Guess we need a little more thinner in this. I didn't think we did, but we guess we need a little more thinner. Yeah, look at that. That's just what it needed. Nah, I'm gonna rework that a bit. Let's try you again. Comes down like this and then down. Yeah, that's a bit better. Back over there. All right. Now I'm gonna get the Payne's Gray. Fill you in there. Now back to the skin tone again. The sort of weird as the cyber end and the the synthetic end and the flesh begin. Trying to make that as mysterious as possible. And of course, in the Cybertheria universe, they're not corporeal beings. It's just think of it as a representation of them. Yeah, they don't have a physical form. Okay, there. I think it's just yeah. We'll just simplify that. I think that's a better way to go. I wonder, can I get? Yes, well, that's a little more, perhaps, than we were looking for. Lighten you up a little bit more. Take my green here. Let me see if we can do again some more of the. So I'll come down like so. And then across. Another couple. Another one that maybe is going to come across like this. Nope, I'm going to go more of a brownish red for the eyebrow here. Yeah, I think that was the way to go. Maybe it's a little bit of dark there. Also maybe a little bit of the orangey red to reflect some of that. Let me try to get this a little lighter over here while we're at it. And then we're gonna I'm gonna do a little bit of refreshing of the medicine, and then I will break out maybe some of the fast matte white for some of our really light stuff. We have a whole bunch of again stuff to do on our fiber optic cable type stuff here to really lighten that up. Now we haven't really hit that very much yet. Now we're talking over here. I mean, this is the one metal part here, so makes sense to maybe have a little bit of our light reflecting on that since it's metal. Same deal over here. Alright, there we are. Yeah, again, a little, here, I might do some of that along the edge there. Let me try some more of that. The wheat fronds getting in the way there. Try that again. Also here, I want to get the couple extra little lights there on this stuff. Now, let me see if I can get the Phthalo green. Oh, that's the other thing I might throw out here too is some more of the manganese blue. In the meantime, I'll get the phthalo green rolling, and we'll mix that with the Prussian blue. Sorry, not phthalo blue, Prussian blue. Very dark turquoise there. A little dark in here. There, okay. Again, trying to create a couple of sharper edges down in there. This too. There's a little bit of the kind of the goldish color. I was hoping to be able to maintain some of that. Fine, I'm going to also throw a little bit of the Payne's gray in there to really get the darker stuff around these little teensy diodes here. Who knows, maybe separate some of these a little more. Separate those. Same thing in there. Might try to darken that. Let me see. Grab this. Some of our roast. Nah, that's a little too much. Let me go back to there. We are some of the yellow there. Because that sort of went over the edge of there. We go. Yeah, trimming that down as a nice effect. That is working well. Maybe did some of that up in here. Also a little bit there, and now we need to get we use this. To create here, we got none of that casting. There we go. It's like we sort of hinted at this earlier, but then sort of moved away from it. Gotta get some of this kind of glow here onto some of these pieces. If we're gonna do that over here, we need to have some glow then generated by these fiber optics right here, and also there. And then we were thinking, see the tiniest bit of that here, again, to reflect onto that. Ooh, yeah, that's doing it. That's definitely giving me a more of a reflective surface there. That is better. That's why I wasn't hitting this part up here with that yellow stuff earlier. Gonna carry that down a little further. Also gonna put a little bit of that here. Again, just letting that mix with what is already there. Boy, you can see, man, that's real dark. I have to actually, it's not enough to refresh the brush. I even had to clean that brush a little bit there. bring that up too far. That's getting pretty far up there. Also gonna just take a little bit of this and chuck that kind of up here while we're at it. Okay. Fine, I'm gonna throw a little touch of it down there. Yep. Also over here. Again, giving a little indication of some kind of glow there. This, I'm just gonna. That's almost a little bit of blending that's going on right there. Do I want to lighten this up a smidge more? Let me, yeah. Some of that here. And now, we'll hit that with our really, 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 really light stuff too in a bit. Let me start to think about doing some lighter things out here along this. Also in the our little bit of trim right there. Some of our Celtic knotwork. Away we go. You can even again grab one of these same brushes. These are again the craft brushes, the One Happy Wapelia's brushes there. Need to do this. And more of that. There we go. Not too light with this, because of these ambient highlights on the, especially on the cloth, are they're lighter than the object source lighting. Then that's well, that's basically object source shading. That's not exactly what we were looking for. So the last thing we'll do before again I try to go grab some more liquids there. Gonna try and get me some of the light on the knotwork stuff going on over here. Some, there we go. Like that. More of it down there, and then maybe we'll have to go back over this with some of the, say, like the Mars Yellow Deep. I would like to have a little bit more of the yellowish color in there, but not like a, say, a Hansa yellow or a cadmium yellow. That's that more of a, well, essentially souped up yellow ochre. That's kind of what your Mars Yellow Deep is. Fine, we're going to throw a little bit more of this yellow there, and it mixes with the Payne's Gray, kind of creates an interesting sort of yellowish gray color. Great to see you back there, Camja. Hopefully all back safe and also sound. See, I think what we'll do is again, well, gee whiz, we're almost at hour 3, and that's generally when we do break out the fast mat weight. And that would be really handy for some of this stuff. I think I need to see what our lightest lights are going to look like before we start kind of getting back into other things here. So, and we'll get our greens down there. We'll see that nice bright green. The more of that's going to go down there as well. So yeah, we'll be right back. Don't go away. Got a bunch to do here on our Cyber Bridget. Don't go away. may go for a couple of darker, not quite panel lines in here. Sort of panel lines, not quite. Like there. Here, and then we really need to sharpen up some of these points. Yep. So I did take a little. I think, unfortunately, the starburst supports they worked in most places on the Cyber Galahad. I think there was a couple where maybe I was trying to be a little bit delicate with them. Might have to do yet another Cyber Galahad print. I'm not sure. It depends. Maybe I just take the first one I did, where some pieces were snapped off, and we just glue those together. I'm going to try some darker stuff here. A little something right there. It says some of our burnt umber in it too. And then again here to maybe darken up some of the shadow areas of the knotwork. No, I'm going to go with the Mars red. There, so it's darker, but it also actually has a little smidge more color to it. Same here. We gotta kind of deposit a little bit of the red there. We're gonna take our Mars yellow deep now, and again, that's sort of a loaded blending brush. We're doing the blending there. We put a darker color there, then we sort of slapped a bit of a mid-tone thing on the brush itself. Take this green here. More green here, and now let's start putting some of our green. Speaking of which, that's going to be kind of here. Let's get some of that greenery down here, and maybe a little more of the. There we go. Yeah, that was a bit too much like my glowy green there. Yeah, that works a bit better. This makes a little more sense around the values that we've got here as far as because now it's just we had a whole bunch of mostly dark. It wasn't super dark. It was kind of a mid-range dark. Now we got ourselves a decent light. We'll go one more hit with the lighter green there. See what happens. That, yeah, we gotta get sneak in somehow. A little bit of green down in there. Like I said, if we get some of the flock and foliage in there, that won't hurt either. Sneak a little of that over here. Some of that right in there. Lighter steel. See, I'm gonna go later. Still going later, and again, speaking of which, we'll be breaking up the fast mat weight. Especially again for all of this stuff right here. We got to get some of our latest lights. Also on our plants here too. I don't want to go too crazy with this lighter green. And just some basic plants. There's some vegetation. Nothing too crazy. Touch more of that darker or lighter green in there, but we're starting to reach the point where we can only do so much more with this lighter green, and then that's going to be too much. That might just have to do it. Okay, speaking of the green here, let me take this green maybe, because we need some of that on these cables. Or yeah, I'm gonna just take the back to the phthalo green. Fine, we'll thin that down a little. Now what do we got here? That might be close. Yeah, that's closer to what I wanted. So I gotta try to get some of these cables here, and then some of it maybe it's more of a plant instead of a cable. It was supposed to be a little mysterious as to what was what. Where did the cyber part end and your so-called natural part begin? Fine. More of that green over here. Let's just get a couple more of those lights. I'm gonna take a. Now just use. Where did that go? I'm gonna just use this. We'll take this, some more green here, and let's infuse the knotwork stuff here. Like there. That should also help anchor the figure a little bit. I guess I need not that much thinner. That worked out okay. That is gonna come like so, like this. Back down again. Like this here. Kind of creates this look of circuitry patterns. Kind of sort of combines circuitry and knotwork. Another line here. And then we'll come back with our dark and rearrange things. We'll also probably do a little of that dry brush. Remember with that mango. That's a bit too muchly there. I'll just take it out straight away and try that again. Because easier to just do that. See you later there, Aird. Why don't you post it one more time? One more time, post your Pinterest link if you don't mind. Doing the usual Friday, Saturday streams, right, Aaron? Yeah, and everybody please give Aaron Canwave a follow. And I think it's still gonna be you'll still be doing the jewelry stuff, right? I know you got some Gundam stuff kind of in the works for the future. Yeah, of course. I know what kind of stream that the dogs are both requesting. Yeah, they're requesting another little doggy treat stream because who'd have thought that, right? They totally would not want more treats. No dog ever wants treats. Again, trying to work in. Get something that looks a little bit like a circuitry pattern here. Some variations along the way. We've almost circumnavigated this. We're getting there. Bingo. There. Now we'll start to build off of that. Yeah, we'll go this way with it. Up here. Fill in these two areas again with our lighter and a greenish turquoise. And then up and around it. Yep, I need to square that off a little more. Okay. Do we want to go up there? And let me try. I'll do this section up here. Come down like so. So then what's everybody? We gotta get some more of that manganese blue out there so that we can do some of the driver stuff over the top of this. But we'll have to let this set for a little bit before we can fool around with that.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Elise. Appreciate that. Of course, Gandalf also appreciates new little hobbitses. Thank you so much. So I'm still thinking I need a glowy version of me. you already got a glow stick there. It's like, yeah, it doesn't do very much against Balrogs. It's like, what do you think I'm going to do with this stuff? Like, throw a rope around him? Well, you could trip him. Yeah, be like the mimes. Now, the mimes of Moria. Let's see if Elise is going to get. We've been in search of the Gandalf 6 all night long. Well, we got half of it. We've gotten a third of it. We've gotten 2/3 of it. We've gotten a half of it. We're doing math. Yes, so you gotta be good at your fractions here. Because apparently we just roll in fractions. So thank you so much, Elise. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for the follow. Have we? Nope. We still have to continue to circumnavigate this base. We're not quite there yet. We're mostly there. Now that's attached. Okay. But I might. You know what? Let's do that here too. Let's do that. Also, I'm gonna straight down, then to either side, like so. Yeah, okay. And then, of course, if we want to be able to do the dry brush stuff over the top of this, well, we need to let it set, don't we? So now we have to kind of leave this pretty much alone for a while. We'll leave that alone. Do we? Let me see what happens here if I go one hit lighter with our green. I get a little bit of the yellow in that still. What is this gonna give me? It's too thick. Too thick. Let's thin that down. That might need a little bit of the yellow in there. We'll do with this for now. I was going to take the phthalo green, mix it with the Indian yellow, say, and do a very really intense, warmer green glaze there on our vegetables down here. Couple more hits of green. I might even use that same there, just get the edge of our base. So you can see the difference there again between the and there's your regular knotwork version. Again, this is our non-saber Bridget bust there, but again a little bit different. Same concept, but different on the again the cyber version of Bridget here. Come on. There we go. Yeah, it's just a little too much of that on there. No. I don't think we want to go any deeper with that green. I am going to, however, maybe try to throw a little bit of that up here. A little over there, and now let me see what happens with some of these guys also getting some of this lighter, more intense green. I'm going to do it again. Let me try this. Also going to go more thinner, I believe. Ooh, good choice. That worked. Yeah, that worked out real well. I also have to get some more of my lighter blue that's not the blue glow. So, yeah, that's almost more of a reddish blue there. So let's get that mixed up a little bit more. Okay, what is potentially some kind of growing material, and what is more fiber optic? That's the whole point is to try and sort of blur those lines. Whether it's the regular cyber terrains or again our Celtic goddess, our saber Celtic goddesses. And again, the Morrigan version of our Celtic goddesses in cyber form is I mean, the non-cyber version is not exactly friendly looking, being the whole, goddess of war and all that. But the cyber version of this was really rough and tumble. Oof. Looks a whole lot. It's sort of like a lot like Mordred here, actually. Back to my. There it is. That's the later green I wanted. Ah, top of that. Okay, now we're talking about that blue. So that's the periwinkles that we'll mix some of our not radiant blue with that. So again, that should be kind of a very light, kind of reddish blue. Is that too late? Might just be. Let me retreat a little from that. Also got to break that down more thinner, more thinner. Now we're there. Yeah, I wanted that again to be more of a reddish blue, less of a greenish blue, because again, that's gonna separate, at least hopefully does, separate it from the kind of the cyan glow here. So yeah, there our regular version of Bridget, that looks like it printed out okay. This Cyber Galahad, yeah, I think that's what I keep saying. We're doing test prints here. All of these are test prints. They are not the final versions of anything yet. This is going to represent our final light, though. So we shall find a place on said palette to chuck this fast matte white here. I will just get me a Donna thinner on there to begin the process of breaking some of that down. I'm going to just find a spot for that over here. Now I'm going to be real curious to see what this looks like. Even this, there's a teensy bit of our greenish turquoise color in this. As light as this is. Thanks, Camda. Geez, I still gotta go a little bit lighter there, believe it or not, Camda. Yes, we're gonna go a teensy bit lighter with the fiery area. I kind of needed to see what was happening with this first. And these are not solid lines. The idea is it's kind of almost like pulsating energy through here. Some parts lighter, other parts not so light. Here's where it is lighter. Come on, fill that in. Push that across. Down. Other edge of this. Here we are. And now these should start to take off. See now we're getting the lighter stuff on those. We had light on there, but again, mostly just a lighter mid-tone. There's definitely a difference between actual sort of highlight and lighter mid-tones. One of these is going to get used as a blending brush. I guess it'll be this. just kind of taking some of that away. There's my skyblue. I'm gonna stir up this pot a little bit, and then we're gonna start doing some of these. More fiber optics here. Because, well, glowy things and all. More of them here. A bunch more of them over here. Hit that too. Yep, we'll tap that down. There's even a little bit less of the white in here as we're gonna try to hit some light on this. And again, wanted to almost kind of add that pulsating energy if possible. Doing that now. Okay, yeah, so now we're really starting to feel some glow from those things here. Let's do it here too. Those are real narrow, very dainty right there. Get that going. Like this. Yep, up on the top of that. More of no, I gotta retreat to this, so I don't want to go too late too quickly with this. I'll put the edges of these. I'll use that heavier paint, just kind of get some of it off the brush. Might even have to start thinking about getting some of our bluish green reflected in a couple areas like this one over here, I think. Doing that sort of a dry brush thing again. Yeah, these are alkyds, so they don't just dry faster, they also set really fast. Still, I think, yeah, I'm going to try and lighten up some of this some more over here. There we are. All these fronds here definitely need to be a whole lot lighter. Even this. I don't think we never. No, we really haven't lit these up quite as much as we have the other stuff. Nope, definitely not. You can see that real fast. These, same deal here. Oh yeah, let's definitely make these guys later. Also gonna have to have some sort of glow emanating from these. So grabbing again some of the blue there. Again, to have that casting a glow also down in there, also over there. That's another one of our loose supports here. I'm just gonna dig that baby out of there. I just kind of got stuck in all the primer there. As you can see, is it's got tons of primer on it. There we go. Got rid of that support. It was just sitting in there. Wasn't attached to anything. Like before, we're gonna again get some over sort of turquoise-ish type colors here. Let me get some of the little green mixed in there. Also gonna do that. Yeah, let's get some of that on this too. All the way in here. Now to maybe the lighter version of this. Maybe not the latest, but still needed to go later. And then we'll try to make that fire lighter also. Now here we're doing this little, see, kind of a tap 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 there to try and create this idea of the pulsating energy. Same thing right in there. Hit you. Nope, that'd be too much. Let's back away from that. Ooh, that was a good play. That would have been too late. Too much. Trying to, there we go, getting a little bit of that, again, that sort of turquoise on there. Let me see something here with the, break this stuff down. And then try to get the edge of these metal bits right here. Not just a light there, but also kind of a hard edge. Definitely starting to feel more like metal there. Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah. Now, not so much an edge there, but kind of a regular shape highlights. Just an edge one. Okay, I think that's starting to convey a little more that those are individual pieces and such, little sections. Lighten you up on the top here. thanks to Armored Wood for posting a link to the YouTube channels there, the Linseed Fellowship. Again, that's where all of these go. All these episodes end up on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. The Mordred one, that's going to be the next one. I think right now we've got the bas relief version of Morgan Le Fay. That was the latest one that went live. But yeah, the Mordred figure, that is going to be going live, I believe, on the 8th or something. Yeah, on the 8th, I think. And that's the only way you can watch the sessions is to, again, you subscribe to that Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel and you can watch them there. Like so. Now, the advantage of the YouTube channel, say, versus when I could have them all on Twitch is that there's basically a search function there because they're all in playlists. So it's a whole lot easier. There's just like look through a bunch of thumbnails and go, okay, I think that's what I'm looking for. No, you can say I want to see Cyberthurian stuff. There's an entire playlist just for that. There's a whole nother playlist for the Celtic goddesses. You sense a theme. And well, hopefully, anyways, that makes it easier for you to find that kind of stuff that you might be looking for. Little flowers here, definitely benefiting from this extra bit of light for sure. As hopefully our fiber optics will. Come on. Oh, we just hit us. I looked up just in time. We had Cinco Trace. 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds. Just as I looked up there, it hit the old Cinco Trace. We had Cinco Dos on the last stream. I looked up there, and it was a whole bunch of twos. That was a bunch of deuces. Yep, here. Taken. I'm gonna have to get a little thinner in there, kind of reconstitute that slightly. Whoops, that was a bit more than we wanted. And that part of the hand there, we'll do that again. We'll bring back some of the dark. More of that lighter glow reflecting on the cloth. Lighten up these fronds again. Let me do this. Phthalo green. Some of the Prussian blue. I'm gonna go a little bit more Payne's gray here and yeah, okay, there we go. I'm gonna get some more of my turquoise on the wheat fronds here. is nice. Guess what? Gotta get me some more of the turquoise over here since these folds are very much in proximity with it, as in they're practically touching the glowy stuff here. Break some of that down. Where's my... Nope, I guess this is the lightest of our turquoise glow color. Shoot some more of that on the edge of this thing. Yeah. So the edges of the top of this. Get the top of... Is that... that is a little chunk of support there, which is not there anymore. We're gonna get a bit more, yeah, get more of that light right in here. I spy with my little eye. It's about also time to get some of the final highlights in the hair. I'll do that with some of our orangey stuff too. Just kind of working with this while the fast matte white is out here. What we're putting on here is not white. It's got infused with our kind of turquoise coloration there. Also doing this. So yeah, here, let's get the edge of that. There we are. Let's do this here. Whoop, that might have been a little too much. No problem. Look what I got here. I got a little micro blending brush, which will very nicely feather that away. I'm just going to do this while I'm thinking about it. It's not really what I wanted to be doing just at the second, but I'm going to try and take a little bit of something here. And yeah, I'm going to grab my blending brush again. I mean, that's why I get... It's one of the reasons I get these things is so that I have myself a nice, tiny little blending brush. See how that edge stands out a bit more? I just need a little something there. You can edge highlight stuff all you want. If there's no mid-tone around it at least, if not a darker something, whatever, it's not gonna... You can make it as white as you want. Eventually, white doesn't matter anymore, because it's... There's no dark around it. You gotta have some dark there somewhere, or at least some mid-tone. let's hit the top of this again. Same there. No, not that would be too much right there. So I think, yeah, we got some edges established on that. What about this deal over here? We got to get maybe some kind of a. Let me try my turquoise again. Here, and then maybe a little bit of it right there. Let that blend. That. Well, I guess it can still go there. Why not? Still can go lighter with our fronds here. Let's keep hitting those with some lighter stuffs, lighter glow. Like all these. Yeah. Oh, there's also a cyber version of Arachne too, and that one's, well, that made a lot of sense because when you see the, and again, this is the bust version here. I mean, weaving the World Wide Web. I mean, it kind of makes sense, I would think. Yet another one of the. We have tons of stuff that we can get to. I mean, I'm going to be working on my own sculpts a whole bunch for quite some time because, well, there's a lot of them to do. And again, the advantage there is, especially for the folks on the Patreon page, if they wish to paint along with a tutorial, and it's not one of mine, well, then they will have to also support all the other Patreon pages that I do and tribes, which is, again, like around 17. Most folks don't really do that. So how are they supposed to get their hands on the files to be able to participate? And as files go kind of from test sculpt or test prints to, all right, I've printed this a few times. Looks like we've got the supports and everything good to go. Once they reach that phase, that's when I'll start again throwing them into the Google Drive folder and then making the access available to the patrons. Again, that allows me to do a couple of things. First, I can customize the figure to the lesson instead of the other way around, which is the way it's been for, well, I don't know, 13 years. Because, yes, you do the Patreon page, you do that Army Painter Pledge thing, you're getting every single video that I've ever made since 2013. And it's only now that I finally have the ability to say, I want to do this lesson, and I need a figure or bust or whatever, just like so and so, whatever. Now I can make that. I've done one for a true metallic, non-metallic comparison vid, and I did another one for a 3-part freehand series. The Cyber Galahad is actually for 3 different tutorials. This one, well, as you can guess, is shiny gold non-metallic. I'm also going to do a true metallic shiny gold on him, and then there's his actual intended, shall we say, as drawn out or as sketched out or painted out armor should be white, and a lot of people want to know how to do white armor, so guess what? Another tutorial. You can kind of get what the whole point of this is. get me as many different tutorial material as possible, or figs for busts, all that sort of stuff. You also get to, you're also shown how to make like your own sculpts there. Like I said, the first Blender tutorial is going to be happening some point this week. And then I'll try to do at least one or two Blender tutorials every month. Essentially, as I find new, or figure out new tools, or find different ways to utilize Blender, I'll make sure that I show folks how to utilize that. Now let me get my skin tone over here. Is this light enough? I think it is. Oh, definitely is. Yeah, definitely light enough. I'm gonna get rid of those things now. We're gonna try to end the finger there. Might need me some reflected light in that, but further, let me take some of this. Under there. I'm gonna see. Well, this is gonna be interesting if I can get cool light on the top and the warmer light on the bottom. Have to come back with my dark again here. Yep, we lost some of those edges. Trying this again here. Now on the base, I'm gonna take again the Payne's gray, and maybe some of the Mars black. I'm gonna do this, then give it again some time to set, and we're gonna hit this again with essentially a dry brush of that manganese blue, and then we'll come back with the final highlights in our little glowing stuff here. Hit that. I'm just gonna kill that thing. Also that. Yeah, that makes a little bit more sense. Taking this out of here. Let me go back to get my latest. This is even lighter than some of the some of the lights we've been putting on our wheat fronds. I'll try and get that over here. Here, get this. Too thick. I can see that a mile away. Let me reconcentrate that. There we go. I think we got a better setup here. Yep, that's for sure. Alright, we got that going. Hey there, Forsaken Painting. How are you doing? The Forsaken. Oh, I could swear. I have painted Glorfindel at least once. I know I painted him once. I think it was the new Forge World figure, Forsaken. Now that might need to be. I don't know if that's on the Linseed Fellowship channel because when Twitch took away all the highlights, well, I'm still very much in the process of transferring that over. I know that it might be. I don't think it's on the regular YouTube channel. If it would be somewhere, it would be on that other YouTube channel, and I'd have to take a look for that. I know I think I've painted him twice. One was kind of the old Glorfindel fig, and then I know that I painted the new Forge World one. Yeah, I still I gotta get the lighter reds on here, Camda. Gee whiz, yes, we gotta get those lighter reds down there for sure. There's still more fiber optic things. I still want to get like one of those little small window decoration tree things that's got the fiber optic fronds. I think those are pretty nifty for Christmas time. So Forsaken painting, well, happy Tuesday, of course. Thanks for joining. I don't think we did them in our no, we didn't do them in our Dark Queen Schmaladriel color scheme. Is that oh that's Halder right there. So yeah, that's our Dark Queen Schmaladriel scheme. Where is here she is. There's Schmaladriel right there. We did a whole heaping help of Lothlorien elves in icy form. I know that some of those are already on the Linseed Fellowship channel. Yeah, yo. Okay, while I'm thinking about it, I might do a couple of things here. Let's get this, like the latest blue on these guys. One more hit. And now let's see what we can do with that latest red. I think so, Camda. I think so. Now, Camda, all kidding aside, I'm trying to work these into the whole Cybertheria universe here. Definitely want to do that. Let me see if this is gonna be. Is this too orangey? Obviously, the Arachne one. I mean, that's very much baked in for sure. And of course, Bridget here and Morrigan. Well, yeah, the ones that I'm trying to still figure out Ariadne and Branwen. How do those fit in to the essentially the Cybertheria universe? Come on, there. And trying to get a little different coloration in there now. Ooh, that's helpful. To the lighter red again. That's kind of got an orangey feel to it. Was hoping to not only have just a blue glow on all this, and like I said, I've been printing out the original version of this, the non-cyber version. So I don't know if we would I paint that this coming week or something like that. We'll see. Pretty sure that Streamiversary falls on a Monday. If that's the case, then well, our Armada on Monday is maybe delayed slightly till the week after that. Hey, there Isidore. How you doing? Everybody, please give Isidore a follow. So, why don't you post some stuff in the chat there? Now, Isidore, hopefully, it seems like now, of course, I would think that by now, if somebody is just caught, got sick or something like that, it's not concrete, it's something else. So hopefully you also remain free of concrud. And again, you want to post something in the chat. There is the door. You know the deal. Please go ahead and do that. Isidore, been able to develop the story in the game a ton since Adepticon. I've got all the tiles. I'm hoping to maybe test print at least the first couple of tiles this week, probably later this week. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Isidore just posted there. So yeah, and Isidore, check it out. I really wish I could have had this at Adepticon. Can you imagine him spinning around on that table, Isidore, with all the other Cyberthurians there? So yeah, that's oof, super fun. Oh, and check this out too. Cyberthurian basing bits, data nodes, crystals, all that good stuff. Now, let's put it this way, Isidore, it's almost, gee whiz, it's almost like the Adepticon prep is back on again. You know what? I am going to hit this with some of our red here too. I'm just going to do that. Just because. Oh, good choice. Good choice, I think. Thanks, Isidore. Appreciate that. So, yeah, well, one of the key things I had to start working out was okay, for say the board game, is so and so a playable character, an NPC, or are they more like an event? So Lady of Shalott became an event as opposed to certainly not a playable character, and didn't make sense as an NPC. Green Knight, however, made a lot of sense as an NPC. And his role was a little bit like, well, again, if for us fans of B5, Sebastian, that character, in some ways, the Green Knight is a bit like that. He doesn't quite have the sinister background, say that Sebastian did in B5. Let me here take some of this now. There, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. We really needed some of that right there. And then I'm already starting to do some sketches and such for again, Vortigern, Gawain. Isolde, Elaine of Ulster. So we're trying to start, getting the, would you say, the second round of Cyberthurian characters. Just starting to think about them, get them worked out. We'll do the usual thing. We'll do sketches, maybe even some paintings on a flat Thursday. Yeah, Cam. The flat Thursdays are gonna get pretty interesting because what we could be painting is concept art and also the tiles. So that's something that I thought, okay, if I can have the tiles, at least the test prints of the tiles by next Thursday, maybe we're painting a whole batch of those. That would be a super different thing. I've always wanted to paint. I actually have the Hexton Hill tiles. There's a bunch of them that I've got that are printed out. I wanted to do some tutorial vids on those, not just a painting of them. Actually, more so how do you do the foliage on something like that. So yeah, that is definitely something that we'll be seeing on our Flat Thursdays here. Is some of the game tiles for the Cyberthuria game. Again, been working on that really hard now for weeks. Gonna try and catch a couple little glances of light there. Yeah. We need a little something under there too. Now let me hit the fire there and the little offering bowl. Oh, and of course we'll be seeing more of the non-Cyberthurian Arthurian characters again, like we have the non-Cyberthurian Lady of Shalott. I have printed out the non-Cyberthurian Morgan Le Fay. Get that. A little lighter in there, and now I'm also gonna try and break out the. Do I want to go that far with this yield? Maybe let's bring some of this in here. Nope, too much paint sitting on it. Let me get rid of some of that. On the knuckles there, and then maybe on some of the wheat fronds. Also this thing, the little gem here. One more hit. There we go. All right, let me super quick here. Let me grab the. And apparently Williams. Oh, that's the thing. Isidore. I guess Williamsburg has one of their little sets. The sets of 8 color. Yeah, 8 colors. And it's apparently fluorescent. So yeah, I guess we're gonna try and get that too. Cause reasons. All right, this is straight up fluoro here. Break that down. And that is gonna go right here again on the fire. Increase the intensity of that. Well, congrats on the new gig there, Isidore. Congrats on that. Hopefully, it also maybe facilitates a little more time or whatever for doing miniatures, because sometimes you may end up with the physical time in a job situation, but the job is exhausting, so therefore you don't really have the get up and go to do the miniature painting. Yeah, yeah, a little touch of the orange there on the fingers there. Oh, well, that's fantastic, Isidore. That is cool. More time for streaming too, hopefully. And again, everybody check out the Instagram link that Isidore posted. Trying to sneak a little bit more orange in here. Now we'll hit this. And that's the floral orange there. Just doing a little bit of dry brush over the top, which it's given its translucency. Again, just this same like what we're doing here with the blue or the turquoise. That's right. Let's. I might just grab this. Let me see what happens if we use this for the highlights in the hair. Hit that. Again, somewhat lighter here. This might have to be the lightest lights that we can do on the hair. And oh geez, I wasn't even sure if we were 4 hours in. We are now 4 hours 9 minutes in. This had again, like usual, no paint on it. It was sort of a semi-primer painted, as in we took a few different colors of Stynylrez and just kind of hit this, especially areas, the hard to reach ones. I just try to get a little extra something there. Again, took some lighter primers, some darker primers. Nothing really specific on colors. It wasn't really a zenithal either. It was a schmeenithal. There you go. Not quite a zenithal. Oh yeah, what's our new demonic creature? Oh yeah, the Schmizzler. There you go. Right, Camden, the Schmizzler. The enemy of miniature painting efficiency is the Schmizzler. I mean, if we already have the autocorrect monster, why not have the Schmizzler? I'm just imagining an animation of that character, Camden. What in? I mean, the autocorrect monster's crazy enough. Now we would have the Schmizzler. I guess I don't know if that expands on our wapolisms there, or if it's just a derivative thereof and doesn't count as its own individual wapolism, but I think creating a new character on the channel kind of counts for that, doesn't it? You know what? Let me get a little bit of my orangey red on this here, and then here also taking the yeah, let's take our green into here. Like we do, and then let's take the really, really light stuff here. There's a lot of paint on that brush, so better be careful here. There was a ton of paint on that brush. Maybe catch a little more light down here as well. Maybe up here. Let me try to get that a bit more too. Nope, nope, nope. Gotta be careful here. You know what? I want me some of the really light yellow on this. Ooh, there we go. That just went sideways there. Oh, look at that. See, we could de-verschmizzle it. There you go. Bring this down with that kind of lemon yellow color. I would like to now maybe get some really light stuff going on the face here. So we'll get Terra Rosa there. And then some of this. That should be just about light enough. Oh, yeah. That's a light. Plus a little bit of thinner. Some light there now over the lip there, down in the chin. Let me hit that upper lip again. Not more thinner. Also some of the violet. That looks like that is on the screen. Back to it with our lighter radiant violet here on the lower lip. Pull that over here. Now I'm going to try that upper lip again. More. The violet kind of is a bit solidified there again. We went from no alkyds on that other bust to a whole bunch of alkyds on the figure here. And again, they work differently. Alright, I'm going to try this again. I have to get that there we go. And now let's try to cut that away with a touch of the light right here. Didn't quite get what we wanted out of that. Let me try this again. Oh, that's right. That's the brush that's, well, it's for schmizzled. We need to use the D for schmizz. No wonder that was being a little cranky. Let's see, yeah, that's the one we wanted. Eventually we'll get this figured out. I might even restore a little bit more of the dark there, yeah. Around this here, gonna redo a little edge there. Now we'll try that lower lip again. It might work a whole lot easier with, again, the right brush this time. The firelight is right in the way. I guess I need more thinner. The miniature was telling me you don't have enough thinner on that brush, because now it's saying yes, you have enough thinner because something's actually sticking on there. If the paint is not sticking, or worse yet, the paint's being removed off of the figure, that is where you either have not enough thinner or perhaps too much thinner. Okay, and I'm gonna take this really light stuff here. Take that one especially. Hit some of my light over there. Now in this one spot, and then this spot, and then there's a couple. And there that I was also hoping to get a little bit brighter. Looks like we managed that. Now, before I forget, let me get the. I wonder. Let me try. Oh no, that's we can't use that one. No, I'll just stick with the manganese blue. I was gonna grab the floral blue from Paul Rubens, but that's very much a reddish blue. I need the manganese because the manganese, well, that's got a little bit more green to it, so more of a turquoise color. And I was hoping to take this guy and some of that manganese with a little touch of thinner. And again, this is kind of what we would do with, say, Indian yellow here. That's too much paint sitting on there. I don't know. Maybe now that cerulean blue could be back on the menu. Boy, the Prussians are going to say, wait a minute, didn't we already defeated those guys in open combat on the palette years ago. But cerulean blue is trying to make a comeback. They've reconstituted their forces and they're trying to make a surprise counter-offensive against the Prussians. Now we're getting somewhere with this, and then we'll again come back in with our really light stuff too. This is what we've been doing on all of our bases and all of the plinths. Been waiting to hit these guys with it too. Oh, there we go. It's pretty simple. It's essentially just a bit of a dry brush here. Doing that on this side. A little in here. So Camden, for whatever reason, it just didn't have the grain. Now, of course, the only other cerulean blue I have is Winsor Newton, and it's not a student grade, but it's just a Winsor Newton. And of course, this is basically, think of this as Williamsburg cerulean blue, as opposed to, well, again, Winsor Newton cerulean blue. There's going to be a difference, right? There definitely was. Tone you down a little here. And it also dried really, really matte. I mean, that's something that you would want out of a cerulean blue for sure, no matter what, grainy or not. You would really want it to dry ultra matte, which it seems to. Yeah, Camden. Basically, the reason why I ended up using it as the initial oil paints is, well, I had some Winsor Newton oils, but I also had used it. That was my primary watercolor paint, was Winsor Newton, so it was a familiar thing, and I just kind of, okay, well, I used it for watercolors, we'll just use it for the oils. And well, that was, again, it's not bad stuff. um, I really do like the Griffin alkyds. They're obviously very, very, very handy. I Oh, okay, yeah, that's the wheat fronzer, so I can get away with that. This again, I have to simplify. That got real complex there. I need to get me some more of the lighter. Fine, I'll use that. I'll go ahead and use that. Where's my? There's my phthalo green. I'm gonna try and roll some of that onto the hair. This figure is pretty much as complex as I thought it was going to be. I knew it was going to be uh, a little more complex, maybe than some of the other ones that we've done, because there's a lot of different things going on, lots of different effects that we're trying to create, all kind of simultaneously here. So yeah, very much an upper level challenge on this one. I want to see if I can't get a little something lighter down here again on the base. I guess this is a testament to how firmly I had attached the magnets to the bottom, because, oh, you can see that shiny? Yeah, this thing is actually just attached to the magnet. That's it. It's not attached to any of the, well, the plinth mechanism there. To the lightest stuff on the base we go. Let me see what we can do with this. Come on. I guess we need more thinner, because nothing is sticking on there. Now it is. That was just a teensy bit more thinner. That's all it was. And all of a sudden, like magic, it sticks. I just wonder, Camda, if it's something along the lines of it's just easier for a lot of stores to get their hands on it. So that's why it's going to be more ubiquitous in art stores. Whereas, well, Williamsburg, I guess you could even say things like Marion Street, those are much, much harder to get. So stores just aren't going to emphasize those very much. I don't know. That's just kind of a speculation there on my part. Keeping again, even this, there's still a little color in there. Even this, not straight up white. So yes, and again, some of these, even if they're too bright, I can always hit them once again with the manganese blue over the top. Down we go. Trying to make that a little extra glow there. Up and over, too much. Pull that into here, and now again another round of making that touch later. Fine, I'll try to get the top edge at this. Same back here. Maybe lightest green. Let me see if this is gonna work. No, we already pretty much had that. Yeah, pretty much had that already. Now of course, there's good news and bad news on the Wappleville Sports Network. Your Western Bulldogs sit atop the ladder, the only undefeated team at 4-0. That's the good news. Not so good news is that there's not one, not two, but three injuries to starters, and they actually start to play. They're getting back into playing your top sides again. So and of course your University of Michigan getting the natty there in the NCAAs. And of course, the Wappleville Sports Network, we report the news before it is news. All the finest covering the wide world of sports, especially the sports that we like. Not so much the sports that we don't. That's how the Wappleville Sports Network works. Subscribe now. Don't miss any of the Aussie Rules football coverage. We're not that far away from college football now. Yes, when college football returns, the time of great darkness and sadness will end. Great rejoicing across the entire globe. Even Magpie fans will celebrate the return of college football. Let me get some of this darker stuff here in the knotwork. Of course, It seems like the Swampton Crocs, they're already like preseason number one. Although I don't know, Camden, I think the Oxide University, I do think Oxide University is going to give Swampton a big run for their money. And of course, on the Wampelville Sports Network, the portal is always open, and in the APCC, and covered exclusively by the Wampelville Sports Network. 10,000 teams, no academic standards. Everybody makes the playoffs. The portal is always open. Coaches can change teams at halftime. That's what we call halftime adjustments. Players can change teams during the game as long as they have a uniform. Now you can even change back if you want. So yeah, that's not the least bit confusing at all. Just like regular college football. There we are. Actually, Cam, I have not looked to see where Collingwood is sitting on the ladder. I know that Sydney has their percentage is like 500% because well, let's just say that they burned down Perth. Yeah, they went into Perth and beat the Eagles by I believe it's something like 130 points. Now, of course, the last time Sydney had that big early start like that and huge percentage and stuff, that was I believe that was 2016. That might have been the same year as an upstart Western Bulldogs ended up challenging them for and winning the premiership. I believe that was how that went down. I don't think it was Greater Western Sydney. I believe it was the Swans. I think GWS was that was a playoff team that they had to beat. Either that or maybe it was Richmond. Which boy, that was a long time ago. All right, I think we've gotten some of our dark in there. Yeah. I still want to try and get something lighter here on that lower lip. Let me well, that might be a little bit excessive for doing the lower lip, so I think we might just remove some of that. I mean, it's not all, we don't have to take it all up, but just a little bit. Yeah, that might have been a little more than we wanted. Gonna get some of it there, and now some. No, I guess we need to thin that down some more still. Got some there. I still need to rework that upper lip. Let's try this about a fourth time here. Fourth time might just be a charm. Who knows? Nothing there. Gotta go thinner. Try it again. And result. So that's what it was. It just had to be thinner. Yeah, we got results there now too. Nope, nope, nope. Let me get a little more color into that before. Yeah, okay, there we are. And I guess more thinner. It's quite the scene. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Finally getting somewhere. Also getting rid of a little bit of the dark in there. Now let's go back to some lighter stuff on the underneath the eyes is here. Too much. Okay, that is better. The wheat fronds kind of keep getting in the way there. So now 4 hours 37 minutes into our quest here to paint the first of our cyber version of our Celtic goddesses. So the next streams, anyway, what I was hoping to do was do the Green Knight. I was hoping to do Galahad, but that might need a little bit of fixing. We will, our next stream for sure on Flat Thursday would be this. So that's a first sure. We know that is coming up. Yeah, so this has a bit more of the pinkish color in it here. And for doing things like the fingers. Not gonna put that up there. I might throw a little bit of this in here. Some of it there. Another little rounded of it over here. Now, what is happening down here was... I'm not so sure about the glowy stuff in the vent. Let me do some darker panel line type things first. We'll set that up this way first. Now let me get some more thinner. Also some of the burnt umber to be mixed in with that. So I think that is helpful doing that. Try this now. I'm gonna get more of the umber here. Try and get that extra little bit of dark in the recess areas here. Let me hit this now. No, I do believe we're going to take on the our fabulous Nimue 72 mil fig, because well, I have to do that again because it was sold at Adepticon. So what I'm going to do is do at least a 2-part, maybe 3-part tutorial series on Nimue, and that's going to be talk about translucent cloth. Yeah, it's going to make the latest video, which had some translucent cloth look like Yeah, just child's play by comparison. Again, this is the latest video that just went up on the Patreon page today. And again, this is not with the alkyds, but with the regular oil paints. It is starting to get less shiny. Yeah, that were alkyds. There would be no shine to it at all, as in none. Especially the Paul Rubens alkyds, which, as we know, those just dry hyper matte.
Who enters my domain?
Let us welcome in Fentosora. So, Fento, how are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give Fentosora a follow if you could. I mean, those are free after all. So go ahead and do that. So, Fentosora, we're working against some more of our. Now, this again is our one of our Celtic goddesses, but now in cyber form. So yes, don't have the figure that got sold at Adepticon, but you can kind of get the idea of regular wheat fronds, right? Well, here the wheat fronds now become fiber optics, and we got glowy cable things as well as her little offering. Well, again, Harvest Goddess Bridget, just one of our Celtic goddesses. Now, of course, we've been doing our Cyber Thurians. Here's the latest figure. We just did this on stream last week. There's Mordred. Well, Cyber Mordred anyway. That was super fun. So, Classy J, how are you doing? And again, Phantosaur, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. We have been doing figures and busts and bas reliefs of all of our characters here. Here's a Lady of Shalott, the cyber version, the figure, and there's the bust. And we also have ourselves a bas relief that we're going to be working on stream. Here's Morgan Le Fay. Well, Cyber Morgan Le Fay anyways. So see you later there, Classy J. Yep, it's late here too. Yep. And here is Cyber Galad. So we have a figure of him. We also have a bas relief of him too. This was a tutorial video. Again, we're kind of doing the triple play of figure, bust, and flat. So there's Guinevere and Arthur, and some bust form there. And of course, we're working on regular Celtic goddesses here. So here is Arianrod. There's the flat. There's the figure. And there's the bust. So we're kind of doing this for everybody, whether they're a cyber version, whether they're Arthurian, or whether they're Celtic goddess. Again, it's the triple play 75 mil fig, a bas relief, and a bust. And we've been working on these now for a good month and a half or so. Again, Phantosaur, why don't you go ahead and share some things in the chat now? 4 hours, 45 minutes ago, it looked a whole lot more like, say, this. Yeah, that's pretty much what it looked like for almost 5 hours ago. We've added a little bit since then. Just a teensy bit. And again, as an example, we've got can't wait to print out the cyber version of the Morrigan here. Again, all these taken directly from my paintings. Ooh, this one was fun too. And we have a cyber version of Arachne because, weaving the World Wide Web and all. Yeah, that's going to be super fun. Again, we already painted the bas relief of that. And that was really, really fun. Lots of reds, lots of oranges. I'm going to darken this down just a teensy bit. Yeah, that makes a bit of sense there. It's getting a little too light right there. Might even do some of that down here. Yeah, and here, let's do that. That is a little bit of a burnt umber. A collab stream. Those can always be kind of interesting, right, Phantasora? Because I mean, you do have two chats going at the same time, and of course, it'll just be one of those kind of streams where a lot of folks maybe have questions for you, right? And you don't want to interrupt the other streamer or anything like that. But you also could have just be the luck, right? You would have all kinds of questions when you're doing the co-stream. And again, all this is oil paints here. Typical kind of brands that we're going to be using: Windsor, Newton, Williamsburg, Gamlin, also Richardson, and now of course, well, we just maybe the last year or so using the Paul Rubens. These are all alkyds here. These are not alkyds. These are kind of a range of prices. These three, Richardson, Windsor, Newton, Gamlin, kind of in the same price range of this. Gonna be pricier. Yeah, Williamsburg is definitely going to equal a heftier price tag. Taking my, here's some of this burnt umber. We'll mix some of this with it. That might be, that's definitely on the cooler side. Let me see what this does here. Take a little more of this now. That's just about it. So again, you can see this is all wet into wet blending. However, pretty much using like a dry brush approach right there. But because all the paint is wet here, yes, this is all wet paint. Very easy to do the blending. Now, because these are mostly alkyds, by this time tomorrow, it wouldn't be necessarily totally dry, but certainly dry enough to handle for, say, well, photography. I spy with my little eye another area here where we could use a teensy bit of turquoise here to, again, maybe some of that glow pushed over here. Potentially, yeah, you know what? We gotta put a little, oh, definitely some here. Now, so we're going to just drop that in there. We're going to grab something else here, just a soft craft brush, and just here, we're going to do this. So it's almost like we had ourselves an airbrush just without having to clean all the airbrush stuff, because yay. So Fentasor, if you're going to be starting out with the oils, you can find, there are sets of oils, Windsor, Newton, and Gamlin. Now, they're student grade colors, but they do, again, they have starter sets, although we say a dozen colors, 16 tops. You would pretty much have all the oil paints that you really would need as far as colors go. We also recommend when you're starting out with the oil paints, I just did one of these today because guess what? These were all colors that I'd never tried before. And doing this color chart showed me a bunch of key things, especially this one. This was the big mystery, what this one was going to be like. This is not the color I was expecting. So that really changed things, and I had to change my approach when I did the actual bust. So I did this color chart literally within 24 hours ago, and did this bust based off of what I saw on the color chart. Also, and this is good for acrylics too, you maybe go this way. You do something like a value study. One light color, one dark color. Doesn't have to be white, doesn't have to be black. This is actually a dark brown and a yellow. Now, looky here. So we say we got glowy things. Look at all that glowy stuff. Yes, very, very glowy. Until we do this right here. Well, wait a minute. There's no glow there anymore. It's mostly gone. That's a color thing, not a value thing. See you later there, Neshlan. Have yourself a good one, and great to see you there, Nerd Holla. So yeah, see, look at this. It almost looks like there's no glow there. No glow there, nothing there. However, I think this is a good position. We do this. Well, looky there. Look at that. All of a sudden, we've got orange glow, we got blue glow. So, yeah, that's a couple of things that you can do there, Phantosaura. So, Nerd Holla, I hope that all is well for you there. Going great, of course. So great to see you there, Nerd Holla. I'm taking the. Yeah, I'm gonna just here. I'm gonna roll with the that right there. That just your brain sees it as well, okay, there must be a glow there, right? Because it's like a light tan, brown, whatever material. All of a sudden, you got this turquoise stuff, and it's right next to this bright turquoise. That must be glowing. Yeah, and yeah, we call that film noir. What we just did over there. That's something you could do with, say, your phone camera or whatever's. Nerd Holla, if you wanted to show some stuff that you've been working on in the chat, please go ahead and do that, of course. What that brand new? Wow, I guess I used most of it already. Give me some of that manganese blue going again. Because some of these I want to tone them down a little more here. Then we're going to take, I think, some of our, yeah, darker color for our base. Probably some Painsy Gray. Let me hit that too. Okay, there we go. Payne's Gray. Maybe a little bit of our coal black. Yeah, well, it's 4:26 here, Nerd Holla. It's 4:26 in the morning here. Yeah. And of course, Nerd Holla, cats have that interesting ability to magnify their body weight by about 7,000%, and they're able to localize that generally on your bladder, right? They just stand on that, and they have the ability to focus their body weight to turn a 7-pound cat into a 400-pound gorilla or something like that. Again, just directly on the bladder. I'm going to take that out too. Yeah, this, again, just doing a little bit of simplification. Got a little too complex. It's another, yeah, here, let's just do a little bit of cleanup right there. Also, I need a little thinner if I want to do that here. Now we got it. So yeah, that sounds about right, Nerd Holla. That is a 100% typical cat behavior there. Oh, that's right. Speaking of cat, oh, that's not in here. Uh, we do have some pirate kitties that we're going to be painting. That's right, the pirate kitties. Good grief, I got to get those other two printed out. Oh, and I got to reprint the bas-relief. Holy smokes. Completely forgot about the kitties. We got pirate kitties to paint. Not sure Prinkles the cat is going to be very happy about that. He thought he was safe after that whole string of the Lord of the Rings themed cats. Yeah, he thought he was safe after those guys left town. That would be these guys. Yeah, our Lord of the Rings themed cats. So yeah, Nerd Holla, Armored Wolf's cats there. Both made figures of both of them, but one of the kitties is kind of a minus an eye, and so instead of that, we kind of have a pirate patch over the one eye, which is turned that particular kitty into a very popular character. So yes, unfortunately, I don't have that miniature in with me right here. It's in the other room, but I've already printed out a bas relief of the two kitties together with a treasure map and the ship's wheel. And I've already got one individual fig. We got two more individual figs coming up. Gee whiz, I'm literally going to need 12 printers here to try and keep up with all this. Oh, Infantosaura, again, check out the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. I don't think I have my sticker here anymore. I don't think I have. Nope, that's not it. But check out that channel. That's got a ton of videos. And of course, well, we've got many more figures. I'm going to try and. This is just an FDM test print right here. I'm going to try and print her out more at this scale because I think this is about maybe almost 100 mil scale, probably like a 90 something mil. We'll shrink that down to say a 75-ish here. Yeah, we have our whole Celtic Goddess series that we're working on, and well, I know that this one is done. The non-cyber version of this is done printing now. I did check it when I went to go refresh the medicine a couple hours ago. And again, now we're at almost 5 hours here. And again, this started out with no paint on it. We had a couple of little combos of some lighter primer colors. Typical Steiner Res kind of stuff. That's it. Nothing terribly fancy. Trying to hit you with a little something something there. Yeah, some of these could just use a little bit more light of some kind here. So again, Phantosaur, take care. Appreciate the raid. And the next stream will be Thursday, and well, it's flat Thursday. This is not so flat, but that's another one of our bas reliefs, and that is another one of our Cyberthurian universe. So we've and we'll also get back to our shadow boxes here, right? Like this one of Arwen and Elron. So again, we love these bas reliefs, and the shadow boxes are super fun. Again, it gives you a chance to do things like some backlit type stuff that you normally don't get a chance to do, because they don't really make much sense on miniatures. They sure don't make much sense on busts, because you have no sense of where the actual light's coming from and why it's there. Whereas with a shadow box, if you paint a moon in the sky in the background of it, well, then it makes a lot of sense to have that blue light along maybe the back of the. Where's our Merlin here? Yeah, see, you can see it makes sense here again. Right, you got this in the backdrop. That's why it's casting light on his head. So these bas reliefs are really, really fun. Oh, that's right. We're also doing a figure version of Merlin, of course. Let me hit this a bit more. Yeah, this is a little rough here. We're gonna try and get some better resolution here. Now we'll go darker. maybe some of the burnt umber. Start to sharpen up some of these lines here, and kind of even some of the freehand. Reestablish some of the darks there. Perhaps a little more dark right in there, and then maybe a little more dark right along there. Leave that reflected light in place though. Oh, Nerd Holla, well, you saw all the Lord of the Rings gummies, right, Nerd Holla? Oh, gee whiz, that's the other thing I've been trying to do, is I'm kind of resizing the Lord of the Rings gummies. Again, they came there with 28. The only ones I've got left is Lurtz and, well, I guess his little buddy here, Garima. So I've been reprinting those. I think I've already reprinted 14 of them, maybe. Been still making some adjustments again, as far as the size goes. So yeah, the newer ones, they're smaller, and the, say, like Gimli and your Hobbits, is those are, well, they kind of match, right, the size they should be relative to each other. Whereas kind of initially, your Hobbits and your regular folk were all the same size. But now there's definitely a little difference between the Hobbitses and the regular folks. You know, I'm well, okay, that really light blue is that's kind of been sitting there a while. I'm gonna try and get me some lemony yellow here on. Some of our not wheat stalks here. So yeah, Nerd Holla, if you check out the, well, let me see if I can find that for you here. It's there is an entire video on the YouTube channel regarding those fabulous little gummy bears there. Let me see if I can. Oh, there they are. All right, I will try and get you the link here. So if you check this out, that will be all of the painted gummy bears. Lord of the Rings gummy bears, that is. And of course, hoping to again make all the STL files available. There's still some of them that I'm redoing. So, ironically enough, Sauron, I've had to redo him a couple of times. Just for whatever reason, the cloak is very pesky to print out, which makes no sense, because there's other cloaks on other characters that are far more, say, fragile than his, and they print out fine. Now, we printed out, we painted all of those on stream. And we're hoping that a lot of folks will paint those during Kathy's birthday month in October coming up. Now, there's rumors that there may or may not be a bunch of Lord of the Rings Furbies. That sort of happened when I was talking with my niece at Christmas time, and she happened to have one of her old Furbies there. Or no, she didn't have that. She showed me a video of somebody that had something like a dozen Furbies set up in a satanic circle. And well, after seeing that, I tried to create a whole series of Lord of the Rings themed Furbies. Now, the gummy bears are kind of on the cutesy side. The Lord of the Rings Furbies are very much on the demonic side. Now, I have not seen the purple worm. Sounds familiar. Trying to think of uh, where that is from. My brain not quite registering right now. Ooh. I might still need to do some more light on. Yeah, I'll probably still need to do some more light on that other side over there. Let me charge in some darker stuff in here. Some down in there. Down in here. Maybe we darken up and sharpen some of these edges a little bit. I don't want this to be too prominent here. And again, the Lord of the Rings gummies all painted on stream, and those are all designs that I made. And of course, since then we have added a bunch more things, like our some of our Lord of the Rings figures. We did several of Aowen. They've got actually four different ones of Aowen. And of course, we've done a couple of Galadriels. Been having a lot of fun painting these. Obviously, a good opportunity to show off, white painted cloth and all that good stuff. Have yourself a great day there, Inkonis. Thanks for being here. And of course, Inkonis, if you would like to share some of your stuff in the chat there one more time before you head off to start the day, please go ahead and do that. There we go. One more hit. Did actually, I think, inject a little bit of the phthalo green in with the manganese blue. A little extra intensity there. Everybody check out that link that Inkonis just posted. Give Inkonis a file. So Inkonis, hopefully you'll be able to do some streaming again once all of the visits and everything have finally gone by the wayside there. I know it's been super busy. Now here, this is almost a classic pinline wash right here. It's pretty darn close. If it's not a pinline wash, boy, it's real close. So see you later, Inkonis. I might hit this, yeah, one more time here. Teensy bit of a glaze. Maybe this also gets knocked down just a smidge there too, yeah. Fine, we'll darken that down. This too, maybe. Pop this in here. Fine. We'll carry our blue down a little further then. Again, I might, let me look at our bus and see, do I want to try and go, I think I might want to go slightly lighter with the hair. Let me see, maybe it's, or do we roll in with some darker dark? I might, man, let me try to do a couple little highlights. Is there? See what happens. Let's do that. We'll get that blue out of there first of all. some of that yellow, some of that orange. And then our Mars yellow deep, I think, might work. How light is this? Is it too light? It is definitely not too light. Is it light enough? I'm going to also thin it down. Seems like we still need to thin that down. Hey there, Bunions. How you doing? So great to see you there, Bunions. Happy Tuesday and all that. Hopefully Easter was super fun for you. You know, no. We've got our bluish lighting right next to it, so we cannot mess around with that here. That's fabulous there, Bunions. And well, here's hoping you can get that one cleared out, all finished, and so you can power on to the next one. Trying to catch me a couple little highlights is up there. Like it, there we are. Yeah. I think we did need to do that last little bit there, some lighting. Might also try to hit a little bit of that up here, perhaps. Not too much down there, but maybe also a little something here on the here. That is too much of the yellow. We would probably want more of the orange right there. Speaking of which, thin this down. I think there's a couple points. I guess we gotta thin it down some more because nothing was going on there. That might just do it. Is nice. Okay, now we got our orange glow on the sleeve. Nope. I need to get back into this orange. The other side, a little too peachy there. Not much. Nope. I can see a big old glob of paint down there, so we're going to thin it down again. We'll hit these guys, and now that. Couple little hits on our wheat frond there. I'm gonna try it. I don't know. We might have to take this away, but I'm gonna try to get a little bit of some of our turquoise here on the face. Yeah. Again, now we're almost closer to 5.5 hours now. So yeah, see that is that's set enough for me to do that. I really wouldn't have wanted to try and get this kind of turquoise on the face there. But now again, that paint has had a chance to set. I'm gonna bring back a little bit of our fast matte white again. Not much, just a little bit there. break this down here. Some more. Some of the flowers here. Maybe even one more harder hit with the white. And then we'll do, again, we're going to do some flock and foliage there too, to, again, a little bit of extra texture. Not too many of these are getting flock and foliage. No, I don't even think that Branwyn's going to get that either. Well, maybe. Yeah, maybe on the, maybe some flock on the stone there to make it look like moss and such. So again, this is another one of our Celtic Goddess series there. Back to our very, 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 very light. Go over here again for some of the flower stuff. Maybe a little bit more light on some of the fronds. And some of the data stalks here. Make you lighter. Find some of that over here. Lighten this stuff up. Same here. Continue with our really light color here for some of our highlights on this. We're missing some of the highlights on the inside portion on a couple of these fronds here. So let's hit that. Touch that light up in here. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna throw me a little light there, and then some there. Now we'll tone that down a bit here. Let me use one of these guys as a blending brush here. So you can see we've just kind of taken away a little bit of that. Back to it again now here. You know what? I'm going to hit this. Super light here. Blending brush. It's almost like we got ourselves near. Look at that. See that? I'm going to try again here. And then more blending brush action. Like that. Take it up here. A little bit of glow coming from the opposite side. Now, this is another area I was hoping to get more of the light. Is right in here. See this stuff on her shoulder here? I mean, it's right next to the glowy stuff. So it needs a, and it's also metal, so it's gonna catch more of the light than it is right now. That's for sure. Now it's starting to for sure. Here, let's go a little further.
So say we all.
Thank you so much, Froggy. Appreciate that. That is 5 months worth. So thank you so much, Froggy. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. And of course, so say we all. So thank you so much, Froggy. Appreciate that. And of course, hope that you are doing fabulous. Hope that the weekend was also fabulous. And here's hoping your whole week is going to be fabulous. It's a theme. We can catch a little smidge of light there, and now maybe some more. Here, let me just refresh that brush. So thank you so much, Froggy. Appreciate that. All the bitses and subs and all that, very, very, very much appreciated. Now we did do that little bit of a deeper glaze there, which means that stuff's going to stand out some more. Let me... No. I should probably use some of our brilliant yellow pale for that. And that... let me take our blending brush to that. That is just... There we go. That was too much. Now we just knock that down a little. I think I'm going to maybe... Oh, yeah, here we can get some lighter glow right in here. Good grief. Like, say, right in there. We were missing some there. Now we got it. Turquoise. That's going to be a glow. We need to get turquoise glow around it. And of course, Froggy, again, I hope that all the miniature stuff that you're doing has been successful also, whether you have armies to paint, RPG figs, contest things, lots of different things that people paint. Lots of different reasons people love the miniature painting. Now we've been doing a lot with the later stuff. Let me take some of our umber and we'll just kind of create a Van Dyke brown here. And we're gonna also we're gonna break this into some more of a pattern. Just we have a whole bunch of midtones there. We have maybe a couple of vague highlights, but I think the one thing we're really missing over there was some intense darks. Oh, thanks for watching the vids there, Froggy. Thanks for watching those vids, and I can't wait to get... We have the figure already printed out of this, so we'll be painting the figure version of the non-cyber Lady of Shalott. And again, we'll kind of stick with that same color scheme, just because. That would be very interesting. Again, it's fun to have the kind of the trifecta of miniature, bust, and flat, or bas relief. They're really more like bas reliefs, not so much flats. Yeah, we did. You know what? I'm thinking. Whoops. do that. Take our blending brushes. We just chucked some paint on there. And now blend that out like so. There we go. Well, Froggy, hopefully you get a chance to do some painting again. I know that there's times where life can definitely throw up some obstacles there to painting for sure. You know what? Let me take a little touch of this tone down. Ah, there it is. Now we're gonna lighten up because we have this really light stuff. We're gonna just do a portion of it. Like say there. Let me do that. There we go. There we are. Now back to our much lighter stuff here. Catching some light in here. Not all 100%. There we go. So see some parts lighter, some parts not so light. We shall do a similar deal over here. Perhaps a little something on the edges of the yeah. Well, that's too much. Not a problem. Blending brush makes it look like that is exactly how we intended it to end up. This, well, once again, so we're just going to chuck that on there. We will take this, again, brushed it basically has no paint on it. So we got this big old rough area here. We will just do a little bit of tap, 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 and that area is not just smoother, but we have kind of a light into a much darker thing, transition. Let me see what I can do right up in here to really make this lighter. Perhaps make that edge a little lighter. So again, we have a little bit of the turquoise in what we would say is like a gold there. No, I'm not going to do the light there. I will try to perhaps have some of the that blue reflecting on there maybe. A little extra light right in there. Fine, we'll lighten up that and maybe even catch some of the lighter blue. Oh, that whole edge can't just be sitting. That light is sitting right over here. Yeah, this whole edge can't just be dark. And then to get all these sculpts, been making these myself so that they can be, again, first released to the patrons, especially the ones that I use for tutorial videos, for sure. and then eventually to the wider public at large. For the most part, all the ones that I've been painting on stream or in the tutorial videos, those have been test figures, test prints. Now, some of them, the tests have kind of expanded to, okay, if I'm doing the supports, are the supports good enough? And I've been making adjustments to the supports along the way. Oh, there we are. A little bit lighter. So yeah, Camda, unfortunately, that is not something I'm familiar with at all. So I would have to do some Googles there, Camda. I'd have to do some Googles, and then we could see how close we're getting to that character, I guess. Let me work this in here and a little more down there. So now we're about 5.5 hours in here. I'm gonna try to catch a little. No. Maybe go back to the bluish turquoise for that. Well, that is going to get cut down. That was way too much, but that's an easy thing to do. Kablam. There we are. Again, easy enough. So Froggy did took the mounted, as we called them, the mounted baristas, otherwise known as the mounted barristers from Creature Caster, and those won first place in the unit category of Resin Beast, and that was just at Adepticon. No, not last week. I guess now that's almost. Well, let's see. Got back on the 30th, so 8 days ago. Was just getting back from Adepticon. Thanks, Froggy. Appreciate that. And those are all painted on stream, by the way. Well, yeah, they were all painted on stream, so you can see those on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. So basically, anytime I'm doing stuff in any kind of a contest or whatever, I try to either record the process or they're just getting painted on stream. So either way, you do get a chance to essentially see how they were painted. So yeah, Camda, this I've really been enjoying kind of setting this story for all the Cyberthuria stuff, especially getting down into individual characters and what their actual role in the story really is, and by virtue of and I've also looked up, started to look up things like essentially audiobooks slash and even GPT was recommending kind of like what we were thinking. Uh, Instead of illustrated novels, basically a video novel or an animated novel. I know I have some Instagram pictures of the Mount Breeze. I don't think I have any reference of painted images for him. I don't know, I think I might have even taken over the one scene that was used as a reference for those guys. Do I want to go? Here, let me get that dark out of there first. Oof, that's a big old glob on the brush. Gonna get rid of the glob. We don't want the glob. No globs. Okay, that is starting to register even more. Add some light there. So again, this one was. I knew this one was going to be on the complex side. There's a ton of stuff going on again between all of the fiber optics, all the wheat fronds and everything. There's quite a bit going on here. Now I know there was the one thing I want to do. That is take the our phthalo green here, either that or just even the Prussian blue. Either way, and I was hoping to throw in some Indian yellow here. This not necessarily a straight up glaze necessarily. Certainly not a pinline wash. That's not really what I was looking to do. Is this dark enough? Well, I'm just trying to cut down on the. There's a lot of sharp edges here. That landed a little extra bit. Does do something there. And now it's it's well after 5 in the morning here. So I'm going to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. Also, thanks for all the bits and the subs, the follows, the cheers, and we did have some raids too, so we're going to say thanks for the raids. Our Thursday stream will consist of painting this right here. So we're going to have our cyber version again of Camelot with Excalibur bas relief style. So this has been really fun. Again, the first of several of our Celtic goddesses given cyber Thurian form here. So cyber Celtic goddesses and more of these to come. I think we'll head on over here to Mikey boy. Let's go over here to Mike. Whoops, that's not the place. That's the button I should hit. Other thing wouldn't have done very much. Now we're on the way. So again, thank you very much to everybody, and well, we will be back at this again on Thursday. Back again on Thursday. So everybody, we're looking forward to seeing you then, and thanks again. See you later there, Camda.